Hello everybody, it's your old pal Zombo. It's time to go visit the Rat Girl.
We'll be right back to our very scary movie after these important messages from our sponsors.
From the crypt. Welcome to the crypt. You are invited on a guided tour of a world of darkness, where nightmares become reality. Secrets, if you dare. Teacher, how to... Death lives in Tales from the Crypt. Who's next? Perhaps you?
Good evening, freaks and fiends, and welcome to the Horror Mike Halloween Hangout on this fine Tuesday night, All Hallows Eve. I'm your host, the casual Crimson Ghost, from coast to coast, of course. Greetings, friends, and welcome to the show. And boy, do we have a heck of a show for you tonight. Good God. Indeed, tell you what, let me just play you one thing here. A little intro for you.
Dr. Zombo, can I use your dictaphone?
No, you can't. Use your finger like everyone else.
Dr. Zombo, why should you always guard your rear while you're in the hospital?
Oh, because you're in enema territory. And we'll be right back with our very scary movie right after these important messages from our sponsors.
That's much better. Folks, good evening, and welcome to the Horror Mike Halloween Hangout. I had to get rid of that mask, I tell you. But let me just show this to you one more time, in case you're interested. Now, of course, this is technically, it's the Crimson Ghost mask from the serial, the 1946 serial called The Crimson Ghost. Now, some of you may know that the Misfits took this, the character, and they kind of used it for their logo. And so this is by Trick or Treat Studios, and it is called the Misfits mask, but originally it was the Crimson Ghost. And so I went to Spirit of Halloween this morning. I was looking for a couple of minor things, and I saw this hanging on the wall. And I had a 20% discount, so I bought it. And just to let you know, tomorrow, Spirit of Halloween, everything is 50% off. So if you are interested, you can go in to your local Spirit of Halloween. You can find this for, well, it was $18. I guess it would be $9 on sale tomorrow. I picked it up for 14 with 20% off, which is pretty good. It's really quite groovy. Of course, it's going on my wall tomorrow, as a matter of fact. It will be permanently displayed upon my wall. Oh, yes. So there you go, folks. Crimson Ghost. Crimson Ghost. There. All righty. Well, enough of that levity. Folks, let me first bring on our guest, very special guest for tonight. I think we're anticipating a few more people as well. But first and foremost, may I introduce you to Graphic Man. Of course, you know him very well from the very popular 4-Color Fossil show, which airs every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. And there's gonna be a show tomorrow night, folks, just to let you know. So here is Graphic Man.
Ooh. Hopefully that didn't scare anybody.
That was scary, Graphic Man.
Yes.
Good luck. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Glad to be here.
Good. And a happy Halloween to ya.
And everyone in the chat.
Let's check out the chat, shall we? I see we have some commentary already. I hope it's positive. Let's take a look. We have Steve Harrison is here. Hello, all. Happy All Hallows Eve. Steve, hello. Good to see you. Happy Halloween. Joe is here. Hey, kids, don't forget to put on your silver shamrock masks and watch the free giveaway. Yes. Yes, I love that. I played that at the beginning. And it's just, of the Halloween movies, I don't know if you've seen any of the Halloween films, but that was from Halloween 3. And that one had nothing to do with Michael Myers. And that's my favorite Halloween film because it has nothing to do with Michael Myers. It's just a really cool plot. I really, really dig that film. Graphic Man says, my God, Graphic Man, you're also in the chat. How can that be?
I'm everywhere.
God, it's ghostly and weird. Steve Harrison says, I have my 2D glasses on and a Lone Ranger mask. There you go. Good Lord. Gotham City Comics is here. Happy Halloween, Gotham City.
Uh-oh, Captain Strangelife says you need to send him a link.
Oh, I did. But I will send him another linky. Hold on, Captain. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to put it in the chat. I think that's the best way to go, really. I've dropped it in the chat, Captain. I did send you one via email. But in any case, let's get back. Michael Taylor is here. Good to see you, Michael Taylor. Happy Halloween to you. PBR Street Gang is
Hello,
here.
PBR.
And so it begins. Indeed. Gary Carlisle is on the scene. Happy Halloween, Gary. Prophecy 3-pointer. Okay. Gotham City Comics, he's doing some stuff there. Steve says, saw Tales of Halloween on Tubi and had a lot of fun. Yes, that is currently another Halloween-oriented anthology on Tubi. Michael Taylor says, happy Halloween. Mike, happy Halloween back at you. And Steve Harrison, Misfits, indeed. That's the mask, folks. Got to show it again. Ha! They really did a good job. I really, it's one of those classic plastic, masks, that's very, very classic type of thing. But They really did a good job with the sculpt on that. Very pleased. Steve says we used a lot of old horror movie newspaper ads. Oh, wait a second. Was used in a lot of old horror movie newspaper ads in the 1960s. Yes, they used the Crimson Ghost all over the place. PBR says, why does the skeleton always go trick and treating alone? Because he ain't got no body to go with. Yeah. Oh, PBR. Michael Taylor, Graphic Man, good to see you on the panel. Captain Strangelife, no link, Mike? Also, hello to everybody. Hopefully I think he may be donning his costume. Graphic Man. I'm getting this idea that that's probably what he's doing. Oh, there we go. Okay, Graphic Man loved the dog. He's loving your dog. Yeah, I think your dog is awesome.
My wife is manning the door, and every time she opens the door to give out candy, the dog runs out. So the poor dog has been, locked away with me, and he's not real happy with it. But he's a big baby, so.
But he seems pretty, fairly content at this point. I mean, so when he hears the doorbell or somebody knock, is he the kind of dog that just goes nuts with the barking?
He barks once and then stands at the door ready. So
that's way better.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because then you get the dogs that are just going insane, and then they start clawing at the door, and oh my God, I mean, that could scare the people away. Yes, that's true. But Hotel Orloff says I'll be on at 8 Central, though that will be 9 p.m. Eastern. Groovy, man. We'll see him. We will see Hotel Orloff soon, folks, as well as Captain Strangelife. I have a feeling he's putting his costume on. Graphic Man, is there a voodoo doll in that cabinet?
That is a beagle, and I painted them to look like the Beatles from the 60s with little gray suits.
Oh, yeah.
It was going to be and I had a little drum kit, and it was going to be a thing that never happened. So
very cool.
That's Ringworm, the drummer.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me just. I'm going to put you in solo so I can see that a little better. Oh, I get it.
There was that Dog Lennon, Paul McBarkney, George Harris Hound, and Ringworm was the drummer. Yeah,
that's great. That is awesome, man. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Yeah. Okay. I see that Eric Boyd is in the chat.
Eric.
Hello, Eric. How's it going, man?
Eric's been doing some nice little drawings on Instagram.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't do much on Instagram. I mean, I have a thing, I have an account, but it's one of those places that for many years, I don't use a mobile phone, smartphone device.
Yeah.
I use my laptop. So as you may recall, for many years on Instagram, you couldn't post photos unless you had that was the idea. You took your photos, on your cell phone, your smartphone, and then you could instantly post them. But there was never any way to actually post the photos, off of your laptop. Well, now they do, as you probably have seen it. I don't know when they started that.
It must have been last year, because that's when I was doing. I only use a computer, so I don't use a phone. I'm old fashioned. I have a little flip phone. I do too. I got a flip phone too. I trust that the government can't track this one. So
that's exactly it. As a matter of fact, it's so funny because recently, like in the last few months, I have seen 3 or 4 pundits, just political commentators saying, yeah, you know what? I dumped my smartphone, and now I've gone back to a flip. And these are like 30-something-year-old pundits.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're like, what you would think would never ever go back to one of these things.
Right.
But the truth is, these are far more practical.
Yes.
The idea with a phone, folks, is that you call somebody and you talk and you listen to it. That's it. That's the idea. And then nobody else is prying in. That's the whole thing with these, man. They just don't care about these.
Right.
That's it. So I'm very happy. I do have a smartphone and I use it. Like, for instance, if I go to a convention or a film festival or something, and I'm walking around, I might use the smartphone to take video or to take photos, because it's, how the photos are with these.
Right.
They're not so good.
They're small.
They are very small. Yes. And then I have the files on the smartphone, and all I do is I just, USB into the laptop, and then get the files, and then I, upload them or edit them or whatever. And that's it. That's it with the smartphone. That really is the extent of its purpose. It's much easier to take the smartphone than my laptop all over the place, so there you go. It does have uses. There's no doubt about that. It's, does have its use. Oh, there's Captain.
Hey.
This is the Captain. Let's bring the Captain on in. Captain Strangelife, ladies and gentlemen.
Ahoy, mateys.
Hi. Good evening, Captain.
There we are. Where's PBR? Speaking of R.
He's in there. He's in the chat.
Was he supposed to send me an email?
Oh,
they are.
No, he told Mike got permission for him to send you the address. So
I got the address, but I need the email. How am I going to send it tracking?
Oh, that's true. Well, I guess in a worst case scenario, Captain, you could send it to me, and I could send it to him. But
that's the scheme, is it?
Yeah, that's right. And the only person that could concoct that scheme, the Crimson Ghost, Captain. I control all the emails in the chat.
You control more than that.
You missed it, but okay. Look, check it out, man. I bought this at Spirit of Halloween, Captain, this morning. I had 20% off coupon. It's Trick or Treat Studios. You ever heard of them? They make masks. They make a ton of masks. They're really great with the mask. Well, they did this, and this is the Crimson Ghost, but the Misfits appropriated this for their logo, as you may realize, the rock group, the Misfits.
Oh yeah.
And so when Trick or Treat Studios came out with this, it's called the Misfits mask.
I remember the Misfits of Science.
Yeah. But in any case, they did a really good job with the recreation of the Crimson Ghost from that series, the 1946 serial, The Crimson Ghost. And so there you go.
White Skull suits me well.
Arr.
Yeah.
So how are things going, Captain? God, Matt.
Finally got the new furnace, so that's all working well.
Good show. Good show.
I forgot me shot glass. Oh God.
Well, I've got my skull mug, which is
I forgot me. Wait a minute now. I guess I'll have to use this. I had a skull shot that I was using in my last video, but I guess I'll just use these.
I love those. What now? Where is that from again?
San Diego. Time Travel Comics was there.
Time Travel Comics, of course. Yeah, I remember that. He gave you those.
What a nice pair of coconuts, eh?
That is a nice. Well, I think they're another shot in themselves right there.
Gonna have me a horny too.
Ah. Oh yeah, the horny. Yeah, there it is.
Horny toes.
The horny toes.
Smells good.
Oh man, that is good stuff. Well, let's see who else has chimed in the chat. Eric is saying his hellos to everybody. That's good. That's good. That's good. Oh, good Lord. Okay, now it's expanded even further. Hey, Paulo Costa is here. Hello, Paulo. How are you doing? Hi, Graphic Dog.
That's his name, Graphic Dog. Yeah.
Graphic Dog. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Eric says hello to everyone in the chat. Steve Harrison likes your Beagles graphic, man.
Oh, okay.
No, the Beagles. Yes. Yeah. Eric says now you can. Oh boy! Now you can scan on Instagram. Huh. Wow. Tom O'Foolery is Tom. Here now. We have a new. That's. Are you familiar with Tom O'Foolery, Graphic Man?
All I know is he was on another stream earlier. Okay. Unless I have forgotten. He's been briefly. Captain, have you seen much of Tom?
No, I've seen a lot of the cat, but not Tom.
Oh.
Well,
Speaking
welcome.
of animals, what's the name of that flea-bitten varmint you got sitting there next to you?
Well, he has a secret identity, but on the show, he's Graphic Dog. So
Graphic Dog. What's so graphic about him? Has he got something there that he's supposed to see?
No. One day, Eric Breen heard my wife, and he referred to her as Graphic Ma'am, and so I went with the Graphic Dog. Yes, okay. I went
Looks
with
like a cute pooch.
Yeah.
Well, welcome aboard, Tom. Good to see you in the chat and on the program.
Yes, well,
I believe for the first time. I don't know if I've seen Tom in the chat before on my show, but that's great. Eric says I like the flip phone cell phone. It was a track phone. That's what I'm using, a track phone. Yeah. It actually got hacked a year and a half ago. Nothing is safe. Not making it up. The track phone site was hacked. Oh, probably by China. The track phone site. Yeah, any websites. You no kidding. Are you?
Not our good friends from China. No, they wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think China is like half owner of track phone, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, come on, they make these.
Yeah.
That's all that, God, I mean. Tom says, thank you, Steve. Hello, Tom O'Foolery. Steve, Captain, we salute you.
I salute you back.
There you go. Ahoy to Captain Strangelife. Arg, lol. That's Tom. Hi, Eric and Purple Blue Piece. Okay. PBR Street Gang, howdy. There he is. He is still very much in the chat. Eric says, I like. Wasn't there a way you were trying to explain where PBR could get your email?
Oh, I put my email link in all my 3 previous videos, and PBR never sent me anything to my email, so I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Well, PBR.
I even replied to him in the comments with my email address and nothing.
Okay.
So if you want a tracking number,
Yeah, I don't know if he needs one, but PBR, if you want a tracking number, just go to Captain Strangelife's last video. You will see his email address in the description, and then you can just send him an email.
You got to click on that little word that says more, and then they'll come down with more info in the description. Maybe they're not doing that.
Maybe. That is very possible. But if you want the tracking, that's what you got to do.
But I'm sending it out the end of this week, so everything.
Oh, there you go. So he sent it just to let you know. I couldn't even believe that both of you guys you know, I sent your packages to you, to you, Graphic Man, to you, Captain, on Friday. You guys got those on Monday.
Yeah.
And that was media mail. How do you explain that one?
Efficiency.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, I'm not going to harp on USPS because I think largely, considering the volume of stuff they do, which is vastly larger than FedEx and UPS and all that stuff, they're more accurate and they're cheaper. That's to a large degree, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I was totally shocked because media mail, when I send a package, like, you know, if I'm sending out some Blu-rays to somebody, it's media mail. It usually takes at least 4 to 5 shipping days. So if I send it on Monday, they get it Friday. Well, man, I sent it like Monday at 11 a.m. It was around 11 a.m. I got to the post office, sent it out, and
you sent it out Friday.
Yeah.
Friday, and you got it Monday.
Got it Monday, right?
That is wicked.
Thank you, by the way. I'm going to look forward to reading those books.
Yeah, because Saturday, it hadn't left Florida on Saturday. And so I think somebody's working there Sunday night and was just bored, no baseball game or whatever. And so they just threw a lot of stuff on planes. And
somebody loves me. Yeah.
That's the only way it could. I think you're right, man. You know, I mean, it was just one of those, maybe a kind of freak thing. Because typically with media mail, it takes a little time. Look, once again, I would say that I've done a lot of volume. Like when I, you know, selling my movies and stuff, I have had, I don't know how many packages going in and out on a given week, but it's 99% of it is USPS, and 99% of the time there's no problem whatsoever. So I really don't have many complaints with USPS. Occasionally,
better than they were years ago, that's for sure.
Yes. I think it's probably because of their updated system and tracking and stuff. You know, it's just sharper, you know. Eric says, "Oh, I like Graphic Man's puppy." Paulo says, "You control the vertical, you control the horizontal. You control the diagonal and the vector. For the next 60 minutes, sit back." And of course, it's the outer limits. Michael Taylor, the phone is the scanner's nest. They love the phone. Okay. Luke, okay, another new one. Luke is Naga. Hello, Luke. Good to see you on the show.
Naga. Yeah, he's been a long time follower on my channel. I'm glad to see you here, Luke.
Yeah, good to see you. He says, "I like the expression the dog has when I see all this boredom, but with also rolling eyes and half-closed eyelids and glancing at his master Graphic Man." Very funny. Yes. Yeah, that was. At one point, I was going to say, you know, he kind of looks indifferent.
Yeah, very much.
It's great. Eric says, "Yes, Misfits of Science was a great, far too brief superhero TV show. Courtney Cox was in it." Yeah, Luke also says, great. "Love the show, funny and being with family." Steve says, "You unlock this door with the key to imagination." That was definitely the outer limits. Rod Serling's coming out of his grave to get me. Steve Harrison says, "Luke, welcome." Michael Taylor says, "Happy Halloween, Captain. It's a pre-fossil show." Yes.
And speaking of the fossils, next Wednesday night, in about 8 days from now, Horror Mike will be making a grand reappearance. I think it'll be his third appearance on the Fossil Show. Look forward to that.
Lovely.
Well, it might be Horror Mike, or it may be the Crimson Ghost. So that's possible. But I am, and I've got some stuff lined up too. I've already been separating stuff out, and I've got some good stuff lined up for the 8th. No doubt about that. Luke says, I am now enjoying my Halloween. All my friends were out of town, but then your show came on. Yeah. Excellent. Steve Harrison says, Hornitos have a Dorito chip.
It's not Hornitos. It's Hornitos, I say.
It's Hornitos. Yeah, Paulo says Hornitos. I didn't know this was that kind of a show.
Yeah, of course.
There you go. Michael Taylor, Graphic Man Robin. Tom O'Foolery. I raise a proverbial cup to you, gentlemen. I do the same. And a happy Halloween.
Now he's starting to call us names, is he? Ban him.
Luke says, just wanted to say that I'm sort of new to old horror comics, but man, those old horror comics, they had great art. You ain't just whistling Dixie, Luke, right there. Yeah. I'm telling you right now.
I got a few to show you, Luke.
And I got a couple as well.
Great.
And a couple of stories, very interesting stories about them too.
Oh, one of those long ones, eh?
No, not too long, but very interesting. Well, kind of interesting. Okay, they're a story, but Luke said, great Halloween get-together, nice mugs you all have. Oh, yeah, and our cups are pretty good, too. Tom says, sort of new to them myself, Luke, I hear you. PBR Street Gang, Roger. Luke says, saw a woman on the street that was dressed as a witch, but she was riding a modern sweeper machine. Oh, yes. Yep. Well, you know, the Hoover witch is kind of popular these days. There's a lot of sucking going on there.
Good Lord. Oh, you silly peckworm.
Okay, Eric says, if you want a mix of horror and sci-fi fun, check out and buy Horror Mike's First Man on Mars Blu-ray via eBay. Here, thank you, Eric, for the plug. And indeed, you should, because it's a hell of a film. Luke says, thanks, Eric. Jacob is here. Jacob Boranowski. Happy Halloween, everyone. What's up? And everybody's saying hi. And Jackson Roykirk is here. Hello, Jackson. Good to see you. Happy Halloween to you. He says, hello, spooky folks. Tom says, yes, happy Halloween to you. Hopefully we find our way home over the next couple of days. Indeed. Eric says, oh, there we go. Eric says, if you weren't aware, Graphic Man, has a YouTube channel you can check out and subscribe to there. Yes, folks. Head on over to Graphic Man's channel because you're going to want to catch tomorrow night's show, The Four Color Fossils, which is exclusively on the Graphic Man channel. Right there, folks. Head on over. Jackson Roykirk says, as long as the Ghost Rider doesn't make an appearance, the guy creeps me out. Man, I thought that was totally groovy. Oh, look, he's back. It's the pup, the Graphic Man pup, graphic pup. Eric says that surly pirate on the panel also has a YouTube channel. Captain Strangelife can be found here for you to subscribe. Excellent, Eric.
Thank you there, sir. I mentioned him in my last video.
Yes. Good Lord. Good show. Steve Harrison, that shot glass of the captain's adds new meaning to gimme 2 fingers worth. You can carry it with 2 fingers. There we go, folks. There you go. That's one of the most classic shot glasses I've ever seen in my life. It's perfect. You know, if it wasn't San Diego, it would have been Las Vegas. Let's put it that way. I mean, that's got a Las Vegas vibe to it.
Excuse me for eating, but I had to bring my dinner down here with me.
No, that's all right.
Or else I couldn't have been on.
Steve says, I guess with a pirate and skulls, you guys would be working blue? I'm not quite sure.
Working
Yo-ho?
blue.
Okay. Paulo says, there will be much Eli Katz.
Yeah, that's you know
Gil
who that
Kane.
is. Gil
And
Kane.
Eli. Oh, I see. Was he any relation to Jack Katz?
Don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. I just say that because he was another artist at the same time. Jack Katz. And Fred Katz. You know who Fred Katz was? Fred Katz was.
Tell me.
He was the composer. He did a ton of stuff for Roger Corman. He composed the soundtrack for Little Shop of Horrors, Bucket of Blood, all of those early
the Bucket of Blood. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I love that, man. I used to have
fantastic.
Yeah, I had some of those albums, those soundtracks on vinyl decades ago, when they came out. And just excellent stuff. It's like, twisted jazz is basically what it is. That's what Fred Katz did, back in the day. We're talking the 1950s. You had Fred Katz, you had Jack Katz, and you had Eli Katz. All those cats, man,
hanging out with all the cats. Yeah, baby. Aye. We'll have to check to see if there's any relation between the two or the three.
Yeah, it's possible. It is possible. Eric says, as a matter of fact, if you went back in the family, tree line far enough, I guarantee you would find a connection. Obviously. No, I think so. Eric says, I need to catch up on everyone's channels and videos. Indeed. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you got to check out, I just watched the Captain's last couple of videos, I think yesterday. And they're great. He shows some really mind-boggling pre-code horror comics. And there was something else too.
There's just horror comics, that's all.
Yeah, there was a crime comic book that you showed that was particularly amusing.
Well, I would have thrown the woman out of the car. Shame on you.
No, that was the one before that. It was the one before that where she's like killing the guy and the other guy's ready to kill her.
Right, right. Yeah, she killed him and then lights him on fire. And what a wicked thing to tell.
Yeah, often I think you would agree. Often those pre-code crime comics are far more violent than the horror comics.
I mean, the guy's already dead, but she still wants to light him on fire. Feel the pain even when you're dead.
Yeah, I mean they went
for you.
They went over the top with that stuff.
They certainly did.
But and that there was another thing. You showed that classic Chamber of Chills cover with the glass, the guy, and you see the woman and part of her face is a skull.
Oh, I got him back there.
Yeah, that was. That was also an image that the Misfits used.
Oh,
besides this, because one of the guys in the Misfits was a really big pre-code horror comics nut.
Oh,
I turned that lady into olive oil.
Let me go see.
And, the guy's hands with Popeye.
Yeah, I saw that. That is hilarious. That turned out great because Captain Strangelife was showing the print. He got a print of it. Right. I remember that. Eric says, looks like we have the Cats and Jammer kids on the panel right now. Whoa. Yeah. Good Lord.
That's for our old fans.
Yes, indeed. Oh, man. All right, guys, check it out. While we're waiting for the captain to return, I'm just going to do a quick little video here because you
Oh, Zombo, do you think if I drank a 6-pack of that brand of beer, I'd look like her?
Oh, no, my dear. But if I drank a 6-pack of that brand, Then you'd look like her.
There you go, folks. A little Zombo for you. And before that, of course, the Silver Shamrock. Oh my God! Tonight is the night. You know, and we were just talking about that, Captain, like of the Halloween movies.
Oh yeah,
Halloween 3 is my favorite. I love that one more than all of the other ones because it doesn't have Michael Myers in it. That's just my opinion.
A piece of pizza.
Oh, he's got a pizza.
Oh, some days you just can't get rid of a piece of pizza. I can't.
Well, find a rat, and he'll take care of it.
Wait a minute, I got one back here. A rat. I'll feed it to the rats. Good idea.
Even if they're a bunch of dirty rats, give them that pizza. There we go. Well, you know, rats have to eat too. That's the way I look at it.
It's Mickey the rat.
Mickey the rat. Oh my! I gotta wait until you. Okay, you guys. We have a little section on Bud Plant tonight, and you guys are really gonna dig it because there is some classic stuff, including a Mickey rat thing, comic book thing that you've never seen before. Okay?
Well.
That's what I'm saying. I guarantee.
Based on the Mickey Mouse, eh? Can you think of a bigger rodent than Mickey Mouse?
Mickey rat.
Mickey Mouse. Can you think of a bigger rodent?
Well, that's a good question. Hey, was there ever a movie about a giant mutant rat?
On the Underdog cartoon, there was this giant robot rat. I remember that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't think they ever made a movie about a giant rat.
I don't know.
Really
Sherlock
weird.
Holmes had a story called A Giant Rat of Madagascar.
Which was probably, what was it, a capybara or something? It turns out
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, when I say a big rodent, big star money and known all over the world, Mickey Mouse.
Well, that is true. That is absolutely true.
Okay, show us something there, Mike.
Okay, all right. There's a couple of people commenting. I dig the posters from that flick.
Food for the gods.
Why, you dirty rat? Halloween 3 was going to launch a series of non-Mike Myers films, but it didn't make enough in the first run. That's too bad because the whole theme of that was so much better than the other Halloween movies. The other Halloween movies were just slasher. That's all it was. You get really bored quick with slasher films. In my opinion, humble opinion.
Oh, as a pirate, I never get enough of it.
Yeah. Eric says, "What kind of car does a mouse drive? A rat rod." I will see myself out. Eric, a bigger rodent, the one in the White House.
Oh, shots fired.
I'm not quick enough, but you know what I'm saying. There we go. All right. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Steve is correct. There were giant rats in Food of the Gods. Right. Of course, they were actually just normal rats, and they just made them look big. Did you guys ever see that movie called The Neptune Factor?
No.
With Ernest Borgnine? Don't.
No. Okay.
In reality, it was a huge budget film wherein this underwater craft like a bathyscaphe ends up going I don't know, 1,000 feet below the sea or whatever, and they unbelievably they used like large aquariums full of fish just swimming around for
what else
the
would they be doing
stuff.
in the aquarium?
Yeah, I mean that was it though. There was, for a huge budget film, they just used aquariums for the underwater stuff. It was really, really bad. Okay, let's just put it that
I never
way.
heard of the film. Heard of Neptune's Noodle, but
Yep, the net. Well, there's probably good reason because it's pretty
so
bad.
bad.
Joe says, "Food of the God had giant rats, indeed." Good Lord! All right. When I first saw Halloween 3, I didn't understand why they did a Halloween film without Myers. Yeah. Well, I'm so glad they did because it broke up the monotony. Michael Taylor says, because Myers is so important to the franchise. He is. I don't know why. I don't know why it's John Carpenter's worst film, in my opinion, by a mile. And yet it's, as a cult film, it's bigger than any of his other films except maybe The Thing. And that's debatable. Steve says the shrews were not rat-like. Neptune factor may have been Canadian. I don't know. Checking into a motel with Tom Atkins, that would be truly frightening. Joe says giant rabbits in the night of the Lepus. Yes. Yep. That is true. Loved Halloween 3. Yes, I concur. PBR. My favorite Halloween film. Folks, okay, let me do a solo here quick. I'm going to do a quickie, but it's very interesting. I think you guys will find this rather intriguing. So let me grab these two. I have recently shown one of them, so you're familiar with it, but you haven't seen it since I've done something to it. That's the whole thing here, folks. Okay, I followed Captain Strangelife's advice because we were talking about the repair of pre-code comic books, not the restoration, not coloring or, color touch or any of that stuff, but simply, for instance, if you have a spine that is split and it's separated from the comic book, the idea of repairing the spine and then adhering it to the comic book again. So then you have, a comic book that at least, the spine is repaired and then it's, it's not separated. And that's basically what the Haunt of Fear is, the issue that Gratu Orloff won. And it looked great. I think Captain did a fantastic job on it. It inspired me. And so that's what I ended up doing. What I did is I found a roll of this, and it's only 12 feet. This is like the smallest you can get. It's the same stuff. It's called transparent mending tissue, but this is only a 12-foot roll because I figured, man, I'll never even go through 12 feet of this stuff, doing repairs, but it works like a charm. So what I did, I'm going to bring these out because you got to see them. Now, this is Web of Evil.
Ooh, yeah.
Beautiful.
And this is a really great issue of Web of Evil. And when I originally bought it, this is issue number 8. I wanted to make sure. It's got 2 Jack Cat stories. Jack Cats. No, I'm sorry. Not Jack Cats. I'm sorry. Jack Cole. Jack Cole did 2 stories. One of them is The Valley of Horror, which is one of my favorite pre-code comic book stories of all. And so when I bought this thing, the cover was detached and it was split like 5 inches on the spine, right? So I went in and what I've done, it's the same thing. It's got the paper in there, but you might see it there. I don't know. I think you can see the tape there.
Okay.
A little bit, yeah.
But, a little bit. But what I did the exact same thing. I taped the entire spine on the interior and then used the smallest amount of glue, on the edge of the actual comic, the interior comic itself, and attached it back to the cover. So now it's completely attached. It's like solid as a rock.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
And, it's no longer what I would call fragile. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And it's really, I owe the idea entirely to the captain for steering me in the right direction with this stuff. So after I did this one, I was like, okay, I can actually do it. And so I made a recent acquisition not too long ago, less than a month ago. I ended up getting an issue. I ended up buying an issue of Haunted Thrills. Original. And I was kind of amazed when I saw this on sale. Now, if you look at the cover, it's like just beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
This is Haunted Thrills. Yeah, it's got some gloss. It's really quite nice. It's issue number 15. And of course, the cover was separated and the spine was split 6 inches on the freaking spine. So only leaving like 2 inches at the bottom, but I was like, okay, I'll tell you, I paid $100 for this, and gladly. Haunted Thrills is hot as hell. If you go on eBay, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I did the same thing, folks. I went in, as I said, the cover was separated, and that's what you want to look for if you want to do repairs, right? Because as you can see, you can barely, this one's even better.
Yeah, I can't see it all. I cannot see the tape at all.
Yep. I mean, and it is just like, and look.
Oh, now, yeah, look at that.
Where the staples go, what I did is, of course, there's tape. I taped the entire interior running across, the length of it. Because, look, if you have 6 inches of the, spine split, just do the whole thing.
Right.
Because it's just going to strengthen the book. Not only that, but if you look kind of closely, you can see where, let's see, right there. Where the staple, what I did is I put a sliver of tape on the exterior, right where the staple marks were.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading where this guy, and you can't even tell from the front. It's really great. I was extremely careful when I did this. And this guy was saying that what he has done before is that he goes to the centerfold. I don't know where it is in this comic book. It's where you can see the staples, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He carefully pulls back the staples, right? The original. He pulls the staples out, right?
Yeah.
Of the actual, while this is separated from the interior of the comic book itself. Pulls them out, puts this back on, then puts the staples back in, and before he does that, he puts this just sliver of tape on either. So when he puts it in, back into the correct holes, the original holes, it's very strong. And then of course he taps the staples close on the centerfold, and voila, you've got a comic book that's been repaired with no glue to the spine.
Right. I've done that too with on the spine where the paper from the staples is pulled out of the staples. So I opened up the staples in the centerfold, and then just pulled them out a little bit, and then the paper from the spine that was pulled out, I put that under the staple and then push them back in.
Oh, really? And how did it go for you?
Great.
Oh, cool. I'm going to have to try it. Man, the devil collects. I
Look at that.
love that splash. It's so great. And it's in really good shape. I don't know. It's like whatever you want to call that. It's not brittle. It's definitely off-white approaching tan, I think. Still in great shape, though. And the thing about, of course, with Haunted Thrills, like many other titles of the day, is that they were using Eiger shot. And so here you go, terror on location. And of course, you know who that is. It's Matt Baker.
Yep.
Right there. So what they did is they simply reprinted an old Matt Baker story from the late 1940s into this issue of Haunted Thrills, along with the new material that was created by Eiger shot.
Yeah.
So there you go. But yeah, so I was incredibly pleased. That's what I'm looking for now, Captain. I'm looking for when people are selling these, like, any pre-code stuff, dirt cheap.
Right.
And they say the spine is split and the cover is entirely separated.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what I'm looking for. Because
nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with it at all. Because look, otherwise, you guys know the deal, right? With if you look on eBay, geez, I just saw an issue of Voodoo Annual. It's the only one that they ever came out with. Voodoo Annual number 1.
Yeah.
And you've got that. And they just sold a copy 3.0, but restored.
Mm-hmm.
Right? With color touch.
Okay.
Sold for $850.
Whoa.
And that was restored.
Wow.
So that just gives you an idea, folks. It's like, and this is not restoration. This is repair.
Yeah. As long as they don't use any glue on it. No.
Right. There you go.
Tape only. And then that's considered repair.
Speaking of go ahead, Mike, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So that's basically my strategy at this point, because if you go on eBay, as far as pre-code, or go to other auction houses, you're going to pay through the roof now. I mean, a lot of titles, including Haunted Thrills, you name it, EC, lineup, all that stuff.
Yep.
They're just through the freaking roof. I'm astonished.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
I was just going to say, kind of have to address the elephant in the room regarding the word restoration here. There are a whole bunch of people, I'm not really one of them, but there are a whole bunch of people that would hope that you would document what you've just done to that book, perhaps on the backer board. And that will save a future owner of, if he sends it in to a grading company and it comes back restored, then he's upset because I wouldn't have sent it if I'd have known it was, someone had done something to it. I don't care. But if I were to do something like that, I would just probably make a little note on the back of the.
I do that to all my books.
Totally. Yeah, you got to do that.
Right.
Well, that's good for the chat to know that.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Yeah, there's no way, because that's the whole thing. For me, the idea, and not only that, here's the thing. I mean, if you tried to be dishonest about it, like, let's say I was like, I'll fool somebody with this. There is no way in hell. Right. Anybody that's a real collector, they're going to go in, they're going to see that. If they look closely enough, they will see the tape.
Sure.
It's going to happen. You're going to get
unless it's a guy that buys something, it's in a nice Mylar. He goes, that's nice. He puts it in a box or on the shelf for 5 years, forgets who he bought it from. Then one day he manages to look at, so Captain started on YouTube some 50 years ago, but when he was doing that, I didn't know YouTube existed. I went to the CGC bulletin boards under the name Mild Mannered Micah, and I just hung out there because at least they were talking about comics. I didn't care about slabbing, but I know that's they all argued about. Every day they argued about people not disclosing whether a book's been pressed or steamed, and you wouldn't believe the argument. I never see grown men argue this much, but
yeah, but you got to disclose all that stuff
Yeah.
because, man, if you're known as a dealer or a seller and you screw one person over, that's it, man. That's it. That's all she wrote, because it'll spread like wildfire. And not only that, but for me, when I repair these, I'm proud of it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be like, hey, this thing was really crappy. And I took it and I repaired the spine. And, it's solid. Right. That's the way I look at it.
Well, certainly.
I'm like,
certainly.
I am totally pleased with the results.
Especially
and
if
I want it. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, especially if you're going to keep it in your collection for any length of time, for a long time, then
right.
And you want to read it, and you got something that you can.
Yeah, and
you're right. Well, that's the whole thing. You can pull it out and not worry about the thing, completely disintegrating in your hands.
Right.
I mean, I've had that happen before. I pull a comic out, and suddenly I'm like, oh shit, the spine splits like 6 inches, and then suddenly it's like 7 inches. You know what I'm saying?
And there's tiny little pieces flying off everywhere.
Yes, that is exactly it. So, it's just it's something where, if you plan, and I plan on keeping these for years. I'm not going to sell these. Are you kidding? It's just being able to take some of these that are worse for wear, and then make them so that you're actually comfortable in removing them and reading them.
Right. Sure. Absolutely.
Really the name of the game. And I just dig the heck out of them.
And you got yourself a nice book, that
sure.
Yeah.
A lot cheaper than spending something that's in mid-grade or high grade. I mean,
right
now it probably is a mid or upper grade.
Yeah, and here's the thing that I don't quite understand about the repairing versus restoration. Like, for example, tape has adhesive.
Right.
It's technically a glue that's on one side of the tape. That's really what it is. So what makes that different from glue?
I don't know. They consider the tape repair so that it doesn't get worse. And I guess the glue, if you're gluing a tear, that's like you're trying to hide, that there was a tear there. That's their logic, I think.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I don't know. On this one, I got to tell you, with this one, what I ended up doing is that I made carefully, when the cover was off of the book itself, on the interior spine, I laid a bead, and I'm talking about a couple of millimeters wide. I mean, like you would take a marker, and you would draw a line. That's how wide it would be, like a very thin, fine line.
Right.
And attached it back to the cover back to it. That's it. That's it. That's all I did. There was no glue repairing, or how would you say it, like restoring a tear,
right,
or anything like that. It was simply to attach the cover back to the actual book.
Yeah, if you send it in to be graded, though, they'll see the glue, and then they'll consider that conservation.
Interesting. That is weird.
But not the tape. The tape, you'll still get a blue label. They'll note on the blue label that it's been taped, but it'll be a blue label. But if there's glue, you'll get a label that I forgot the color of the label. I think it's like pink, that it's been restored or conserved.
Oh man, it was the most hilarious thing I can tell you. Yeah, in CGC and all that stuff, I don't care about.
I don't either, really. I don't. Really.
But one time, this was like, I don't know, 6 years ago, I had a classic issue of Haunted Thrills. I mean, like one of those iconic cover Haunted Thrills issues that I bought from Comic Connect, which I believe at the time was still Metropolis Comics in New York. You know, now they're Comic Connect. And I bought it for $20.
Ooh.
I bought it for $20 because on the cover there was a tear going all the way across the middle, and it was literally like two, you know, I'm saying, like flaps,
Like a double door.
You know? Right. And of course the spine was mostly split. So what I did is I carefully, on the back, of course you open the cover up, I taped it, but then on the front you could still see the tear. It was bad.
Yeah.
So I went in with different acrylic colors, and I totally went across the entire tear with, you know, matching the colors based upon the comic book.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked good. It looked really good. And I sold it like, I don't know, 6 months later for $200. So there you go. That's what really counts when you're, you know, when you describe. And I told the guy, I was like, look, it has this, you can see the rip, you can see the tape. I colored it. It's got color touch on it. I explained everything, but it was such a great people are, you know, they're drawn to the art, to iconic covers that mean a lot to them, like mean a lot to people, for example, in Pre-Code or with superhero comics. If you had an issue of, like, I don't know, like Fantastic Four #5, and it had the same problem, the whole thing was ripped in half, on the cover was ripped in half, the spine was mostly split,
I'd buy it.
Right. And if you fixed it and it looked decent, somebody's going to turn around and pay you $200 or $300 for it. It's going to happen. You know, that's all there is to it. If you choose to sell it, is what I'm saying. That's,
right.
You know. So in any case, those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days.
You could find like 5 or 6 years ago when you could find stuff on places like Metropolis, and I've found those a lot, like $20, $30, $40 Pre-Code comics that had some major screw up to them. You've got to be silly not to buy those. If you're confident enough to repair them in some way, or, you know, shape or form, get them, folks, because just take some time and fix them, and you can keep them, or down the road you can sell them.
Yeah, back in 72 and 73, we had the what eventually became the Chicago Comic Con. It was called the Nostalgia Con, Chicago Nostalgia Con, and I went to the first one in 72, and I was picking up a bunch of 50s horror stuff there between 50 cents and $1 each. I still have some of them. I've showed them before, like Mr. Mystery, you know.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh
and I was doing that throughout the 70s, and then they started to get more expensive in the late 70s, early 80s, but they were still, you know, you can still get them some for a few dollars, and then they just kind of exploded.
Yes, they did. And now, they're still, they've, you know, in this century, in the 21st century, Pre-Code, horror, crime, and well, and all of, like, a lot of the Golden Age stuff, the Golden Age superhero stuff, and so forth, is just maintained and increased, just steadily increased, you know, in value, you know, where you start thinking, okay, this isn't just like a fad where it's just going to drop, you know, down, and, you know, you're going to get them, you're going to pick them up cheap. It's not going to happen, folks. It's just going up and up and up, because the only thing that's happening year by year is those comics get rarer and rarer. That's it, because there's only a finite amount of them. Obviously, we know, especially in the Pre-Code era, millions of those comic books were burned. They were banned, burned, gone. So, you know, you have a finite selection of comics, you know, to buy in the first place. And every year that selection is getting slimmer and slimmer, you know, and everybody knows it. But I'm perfectly happy to go in lowball and get some screwed up copies and try to fix them.
Sure.
That's the way I look at it.
I do the same thing. Now, if I was buying a very expensive book, say $400 or $500 or more, I'd probably look for a graded copy because I want to make sure that the damn thing is that there's something not wrong with it. Unless I'm getting it from a very reputable dealer like, you know, mycomicshop.com, then I might, you know, get it ungraded. But if it's in a very expensive book, $500 or $1,000,
Yes.
I want to get a grade. I want a graded copy so I can make sure there's nothing wrong with it. There's no coupons missing. Nobody did some handiwork inside the book. And then I'll probably crack it open and have it in Mylar in my collection for a while. If I decide to sell it again, then I'll probably re-encapsulate it. That's the way I look at, you know, grading. That's the only reason to grade a book. I mean, you know, but people are buying graded books all over the place, you know, and they'll put it in their collection for years, never read it. Never, well, you know, you got it in a hardback or a collected volume or something, but it's not the same thing, you know, than having the raw copy in your hand.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely. Oh, there we go.
That's the one you were talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite Chamber of Chills books. Howard. Avon calling.
Yeah, that's over here. Yeah. That's why my dog is in here.
So I got some other stuff. You want me to show you some other stuff? Mike, you froze.
He locked up. He was trying to put you full screen a while ago. So
there we go. Did you guys just freeze up?
No, you froze up.
I froze. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You guys froze up.
No, I didn't freeze up.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, there we go. That's the one.
Yeah.
That is the cover, and that's of course the Misfits used that imagery as well for their stuff, and yeah.
Want me to show some other stuff?
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm trying. You know, I got on that long rant there, and we got a lot of people coming in. Shadowhawk Talks has come in. Hello, Shadowhawk. I'm just going to go through these quick.
Oh, sure. Absolutely, sir.
Yeah. And that's a good point, Michael Taylor. $100 is a great deal for that issue of Haunted Thrills because you can't even touch them. It's frightening how much they command. Like if they're even like 2.0, 3.0 issues of Haunted Thrills, it's crazy. At auction, you're looking at $400 to $500 for a lot of those. I mean, it's hard to believe, but even I mean the very low grade.
If the captain keeps pouring all this liquid, myself and probably half the chat will have to go to the little men's room for a second or two.
No, just water me, lads. Just water. Oh, this is only the second time. This is about in 5, maybe 6 years that I've had any kind of a little bit of adult beverage like that. That's strong because I normally don't touch this stuff, you know. But
did we get caught up with the chat?
Did we get caught up with the chat?
No,
just about.
We're not caught up with the chat. Hello, Gratu. How are you doing?
The Hotel Orloff.
It's Hotel Orloff on the scene.
Never mind.
What was it?
Nothing.
Yeah, that is true. Steve Harrison says glue. Well, it depends on the glue you're gonna use, Steve, because you actually use archival glue.
Yeah, they got archival glue.
Yep. Needless to say, non-toxic. It does not discolor. And I mean, you do, it is an absolute fact. And I was, when I did that with the Haunted Thrills, it was like going in with surgery on that, on that spine. It took me, a good couple of hours to actually get that thing back together, but it was worth it. It was totally worth it. At the steak and ale. Ouch.
What if Dracula refused to eat?
There we go. I see that Apex is with us. I don't see where he is. Oh, there he is right there. Hello, Apex. How you doing?
Yes, Mike, your Friday show, you mentioned Apex is having a stream. So I went over there and said hello, and he's got two other gentlemen on there, and he says, "Whoa, we've got 7 people watching," and it tickled all 3 of them. They were saying, "Don't you people have anything better to do on Friday night?"
He does have some really good live streams. He does get some good guests too.
Good.
As a matter of fact, I don't know if it was the same show, but was he's a really great artist. He's a great current artist. This guy is really good. Dan Lawless. Was he on there?
I don't know. They were going over someone's starter artwork or a startup.
Oh, maybe not. It could have been another show then, because they had Dan Lawless on there, and that guy is a fantastic colorist as well as just an artist. But his color work is really quite good, and he does stuff for a lot of people. He's I don't know. I would say he's like 50-ish. He's been around.
Yeah.
He's been in the business for decades, and he's quite talented. There you go, folks. Check out Apex.
Yep.
Go on over to his site and subscribe. And Hojo is here. Hello, Hojo. Good to see you in the chat. Oh, hey, lead paint.
We have Joe and Hojo.
Mm-hmm. and lead paint is out of candy, and so he has joined us in the chat. Hello, lead paint. Yeah, Captain showed Eerie #1 in his latest video. That is just a great one. As a matter of fact, that's where the case of Henpecked Harry, that's in Eerie #1. That's the one that I just did my last
it Friday
video.
night. Yeah.
Yep, that is correct. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. They reprinted Chamber of Horrors about 8 years ago, and I got a lot of the run. Nice reprints. Yes. Apex, I want a facsimile copy of Eerie #1. I've got a facsimile of it. And I mean, you can get them. I think I picked one up for $12.
You got the one from 47, the original, or the one that continued the line in 1950?
No, the original 47.
Oh, yeah.
It's a facsimile. Yeah, but it really well done, well, reproduced and everything. I'm not sure who did it, but it's quite good and not very expensive. For a facsimile, it really. I'm going to show you guys very soon. I've got a few facsimiles, pre-code facsimiles in the lineup to show like the kind of like extremes of top quality versus passable. That's basically it. Yeah. And you guys are probably well aware of the stuff you can get. It varies. Let's put it that way. Ojo says it's been an awesome Halloween. Oh boy, I don't even know. You're gonna have to put that in English. Oh, sorry. So I ate a lot of my horror comic today. I'm also drunk. That explains it. Thank you, Hojo, for pointing that out.
I understood.
Happy Halloween. That's frightening, Graphic Man.
Yeah, and I don't drink. I understood every word.
Oh, there we go. Apex. Yes, Dan Lawless with cool vampire teeth. Yeah, he was on the show. He had his vampire teeth. And there's the live stream that you can check out on Apex's channel, folks. Head on over and subscribe. You'll be glad that you did. There we go. And how's it going, Gratu? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. So you guys were talking about repairing pre-code horror comics. Is that what I gathered?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just showing this one. I bought this recently. It's Haunted Thrills number 15. Oh. And it was separated. The cover was separated.
Yeah.
Let me just put this in. The cover was separated. The spine was split 5 to 6 inches. Okay. And so I did the same thing with the mending tissue.
Right.
On the interior of the spine all the way. I just did the whole spine. It's like, why screw around with it? Do the whole thing. And then attach the cover back to the comic book with like I don't know, like a millimeter wide line of glue all the way down. And it is fantastic.
That's great. I mean, did you pay a reasonable price for it?
I paid $100 for it.
Okay.
There you go. And that's cheap.
Has that particular title been reprinted by PS Art Books?
You know, I don't think they have. I don't think they've reprinted. Other people have reprinted Haunted Thrills, though, including IDW, these guys, which I'm going to show soon.
Okay, yeah, back in the 90s or 80s. Oh no, that's real recent.
Well, this is recent. Yeah, this is early 2000s.
Yeah. That's Craig Yo. Craig Yo. Yeah, that's good.
And they do really top-notch reprints. There's no doubt. It's kind of weird with their reprints though, because they'll just like take 5 different comic books and throw a bunch of stories in an issue, you know. But they're still great, and you can get these for. I mean, you can still find them. It depends. It's hard when I say this. It's kind of hard to say this because I can't even believe it. But some of these things, like on eBay, people are selling them for $20 or $30 a pop.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just hard to believe. I'm like, hey, look, man, these are like $3 or $4. Yeah, well, this was $5 when it came out.
Even those facsimiles are going for a lot of money. There's people out there grading the facsimiles, and then they're trying to sell them for hundreds of dollars.
There were a whole bunch of facsimiles released today. I've got some here on this.
Great.
Revolving. It's from Gotham City Comics. Here,
let me put you on solo for a second.
Okay. Well, that's a facsimile that's out.
Wow, fantastic appears. That is another one that the original comics are just through the roof. I mean, wow. A mask is that's another level.
And that's a second printing. I think you were saying this was a ripoff on one of your shows, but this is a reprint of Marvel Atlas books, and so he got that book in. What is it selling for? I didn't even ask. I put it in my pile. The Warren one illustrators. Is it like $30
those things are? The hardcover I believe is $75.
Yeah,
and that is
this is a
soft
cover.
Well, I mean, I'm just like, come on, man! It's 120 pages or something. I'm like, geez, Louise.
Yeah. Well, that's just sort of the world we live in now with books.
It is. I mean, look at the PS Art books. The soft cover PS Art books are now $33.
Yeah.
Well, I got used to them being in half price books for $9 or $12. I remember Micah had me get a bunch of them for him when I was still in Dallas, the Dallas area. They were at every one and every end cap and every half price books, just hundreds of them. They couldn't sell. And so
that's incredible.
This morning I was watching Captain Strangelife's video and all these books he was showing, and I'm saying, I wonder if PS Art Books reprinted that, and they did. And I go to Amazon, it's like $64.
What?
But, yeah, people are selling them on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's really the only way you can get these books now. I mean, I obviously you could get one like you did for $100, but that's
as far as the originals go,
look, those days have passed. Like when Hans was buying these in the late 60s, early 70s, or even in the 80s, you could do it. Although a $35 book in 1982, if you adjust for inflation, that was like spending $100 on a book.
Yeah.
That was,
easily, if not more.
So there's a really good deal right now on eBay for Fantastic Four number 10. They want $149. Buy it now.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good condition, a little bit of wrinkling and wear, but the major flaw in it is somebody has drawn a big beard on Reed Richards, and then they've kind of erased it a little bit.
So it looks like a modern comic where Reed Richards has a beard.
Yeah. If you type in Fantastic Four 10, you'll find it immediately. And it's a buy it now. And I was toyed with the idea of, I can go to my poster shop and I can make my own cover. And I could just wrap it around that thing and,
It's only on the cover. They didn't do it throughout the whole book.
They don't show the whole book, so I don't know. But
I cannot believe that they are CGCing, slabbing.
But
these
if you want
facsimiles,
you want an FF10 at $149, that's a pretty good price for what you're getting. It's the one where Dr. Doom has taken over the mind of Reed Richards, and down in the corner is little bitty Jack Kirby and Stan Lee. Very famous cover. Of course, in the first 10 of the Fantastic Four, that's great. But anyway.
Look at that. At this point, you've got to resolve yourself that you're never going to get those books. I mean, unless you're some billionaire. I was just trying to think what's the most I've ever spent on a comic book, and man, it might have been for the first Fantastic Four annual, and I don't think it was more than in the 110. Eric Bring's store, his boss gave me a really good deal. I mean,
I remember that.
I'm not a big high roller that's, look, I got a deal on this. It was such a bargain. It was only $3,000. I just spent $5,000 on 50 slabs. Did I get a good deal? These morons on YouTube. I'm so sick of it, man. It's just all
I think that's
getting deer heads for your wall. I killed the deer. Look at all the antlers. What, did you eat it? No. I got these slab comics. Have you ever read them? No. You're supposed to read them.
Yeah. That's I think about the same. I don't think I've ever paid more than $120 for a comic book. But
I mean, you
for
could do
original art.
If it was the 60s when Hans started, when Billy Mummy started, and he was collecting when he was on Lost in Space, going to Cherokee Books and all, that would have been the perfect time. And in the early 70s, when I was starting to collect comics, I saw this guy at a flea market in the mall. They had some reason they had like a bunch of a flea market in the mall, the same mall where Young Frankenstein was playing. And it's like there was Silver Surfer #1 for maybe $5. And my mom said, don't get those old. She was from the Depression, and it's like getting used. She considered it used. And that just was something you just did not do, is buy used things. She said, you'll bring book lice into the house. And so I've never heard of it since, but she said, they'll come into your house and they'll spread and eat all your books. It's like she wouldn't let me buy used books. That would have been the time. And then, in the early 80s or late 70s, when Lone Star Comics opened, I was able to get a lot of old books then, and old Fantastic Four is not that early, but now there's just no hope. Unless you win the lottery or you're, I don't know. There's some people on YouTube that just, it's like, look, I've got 50 slabs that just came in the mail today, and it's all pre-code horror and everything. But it's like, oh, look at this one, look at this one, look at this.
Well, look, if I don't know what some of those, and I know what you're talking about. I don't know what their end game is. If they just plan on having them until they die, I don't know, or they plan on flipping them. Because the thing is that it is true. It is just a fact in this world that comic books are more valuable and deliver more value in the short and long run than gold, silver, or any precious metal ever will. And that is just a fact based upon price, original price per, what is, established. Like, let's say that Overstreet was accurate. Take Overstreet, compare that with the price of gold and silver and any other precious metal. Comic books just beat the hell out of those precious metals time after time.
I don't know. I think gold and silver are still your better, especially gold, or your better. I don't.
Well, they're easier.
Yeah,
because it's just gold and silver. You're not, it's. Unless you slab them.
Well, in the time of an economic collapse, I think those comic books are going to be worthless.
But I think gold and silver is too. I think gold and silver is going to be worthless.
You're talking about in a Mad Max scenario where everyone's dying of radiation poisoning and there's no hope. What was that horribly depressing movie, The Road, where they just want to get to the beat and die? I mean, that might maybe in that scenario, but gold will have value. We don't have to speculate. It's probably going to happen in the next couple of months, and then we'll be able to see. Well, gold. And
then we'll see the fact. But remember the Twilight Zone episode where the robbers, they rob a bank or something, and they get the gold bars, and and they're rich beyond their wildest dreams. And then they're stuck in the desert and they're dying from thirst.
Well,
and the guy's like, 1 drink of water, 1 bar of gold. That's the price today. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's
I think in that episode,
drink gold, you can't eat it.
Didn't they put themselves in suspended animation in a cave and then decided to wake up like 100 years or so in the future? And they found out that the gold was worthless because at the time when they were revived, society had already found a way to manufacture gold. So the gold they had
synthesize
it.
Right. That they can.
It was a great episode.
They can synthesize it today. The problem still is that the cost for synthesis is equal to the cost of the gold, so it's worthless to do it. But it's technology, right? Give them 10, 20 years, they'll be doing it. It's going to synthesize. I guarantee
30 years, there's probably not going to be more than 40 people on the planet that care about pre-code horror comics. When we're gone, give it in 50 years, the TikTok generation, are they going to care about Fantastic Fears?
No.
They're not even going to care about Wolverine.
Well, okay. How old is Night Tiger Comics? Would you estimate?
Early 50s, a little younger than me, but not by much.
Oh, okay.
I would guess
in his 40s.
I would guess 55.
Yeah, he's somewhere around there.
How old are you, Micah? 50, about that age?
53.
I would say that they're about the same age. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize.
I thought he was a little younger. Like he's still this high school heavy metal guy. That's what makes him seem younger.
And he comes across. He's very convincing. I thought he was like maybe 45.
No,
somewhere in there.
It's like, hey, I'm at the Van Halen concert. Look at my comics.
Mhm. Exactly. Well, that's how you kind of have to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's you're only as young as you
Yeah,
feel. Or
I
something
just
like
don't
that.
know if our love for this stuff is, I mean, we love this old stuff because even though we're a couple of generations removed from it, you give it a couple more generations, and I just don't think it's there will
Maybe
be
not.
people that think it's cool, but will they spend hundreds of dollars for it? And then there'll be a lot of people that'll be politically correct and want to
You
destroy it
might be
just
right.
like they did in the 50s.
I mean, it's
Because
like I came on tonight, Gratu, with this
I
great
saw that at the beginning, yeah.
Okay, great. And it's the Misfits mask, but it's really the Crimson
Ghost.
Ghost, right?
Yeah.
And it's because the Misfits love, at least a couple of the guys in the Misfits love old stuff, all the serials. They love pre-code horror comics and stuff like that.
Well, Dan's,
but they're all
idiots.
our age. They're all our age.
Gratu,
they're all in their late 50s.
Gratu is correct.
Glenn Danzig is probably 71. 70.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy Jesus! I didn't realize he was that old.
Yeah, he is. He's
Glenn Danzig is the leader of the Misfits.
Oh,
the rock
Siri, how old is Glenn Danzig?
He's my age.
Glenn Danzig is 68 years old.
I was off. 68.
Well, he's still I was thinking he was in his late 50s, max.
Well, so I was in high school in the Misfits, so he was 10 years older, so he was in his late 20s.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And the Cramps, people like that, these like rock groups, I keep thinking, like, every time I think about them in their younger days.
Well, Interior never was young. That was all a deception. He pretended like he was in his 20s, but he was really much older. He'd be probably pushing 80 now, because it's like he lied about his age. Hey, I'm younger. Let's see. He was because he was reading the EC comics when they were coming out. Let me look him up. Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Lex Interior.
Oh, he's dead.
He is dead.
Yeah,
yes, that is correct. But he would be in his. Let me see what old he would be. He was born in 1946. What would that make him?
70 something, 74, 71.
No, more than that.
Well, 1950, then that's 50, that's 70.
Make him 70, about 76.
23 minus
76. We can't count.
77. He would have been 77.
He would have been 77. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's about my age.
So when he was starting at CBGB, he was 30. So
yeah, all of those punk rockers,
man. With Debbie Harry, she was older when she started too.
Yeah, Billy Idol. That he's got to be 70ish.
He was one of the original punks in England with Susie Sue. They were all followers of the Sex Pistols.
It was Generation X, man.
Yeah, yeah. Hey Siri, how old is Billy Idol?
Billy Idol is 67 years old.
There we go. Yeah, there he is.
7 years old. She sounds like the girl on the plane. That MFR is not real.
Oh yeah.
Off the plane right now.
I love that video so much. Oh my God. Mostly because that woman was so attractive, and she was like, it was like this invasion of the body snatchers.
That was
moment.
the thing. All these people on the internet fell in love with her. She's cute, and she knows about the reptilians. She's the perfect woman. All these conspiracy theorists, and now she's all over Twitter posing like a model. It's just a moment of weakness.
Yeah, I don't know, classic.
She's a marketing person in Dallas, and I was wondering if she did all that as a stunt to market herself.
It's very possible, Ratu. I would say that
because now she's got millions of followers.
Likely, I would say. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm holding nothing against her for doing that, because it was perfectly done.
She was probably right. There was a guy on the internet that said, I was the guy that was sitting next to her that she was pointing at, and he has tattoos all over his face.
You look like a freak.
It's like,
you look like an
maybe
alien.
She was right about this guy.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Well, without further ado, who wants to go first to show off some Halloween horror comics?
I'll go.
Okay. All right. I'm going to bring in Graphic Man here. Here we go.
All right. Here we have some Unexpected.
Nice. Now, what it circa is? That's early 70s. I know.
1968.
Oh, geez. Wow. Late.
You're
60s.
getting ready to see the logo change a little bit.
Okay.
This is what most people expect it to look like.
Yes. Yes.
Did they ever give a name to that host?
I don't know, but that looks like strawberry cake.
Yeah. The host
Sure
up
does.
in the left corner, he wasn't ever given a name, huh?
I don't know, but he's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, does he appear throughout the comic books as a host, like introducing the stories? That ghost? Or
I
the
forget.
specter?
They replace him with a weird-looking guy. We'll show you here in a little bit. This is a great cat.
That is an awesome cover.
This is why I love these so much. I love Unexpected. Even when they get the barcode in there. Look at that. Look at that animal.
Yeah.
And check out the guy chasing her. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it's the guy. It looks like the host.
Yeah.
And the coloring, the way that they do the dog.
Yes.
Like he's complete. I mean, it's frankly unrealistic, but the way that it's done with the orange and yellow tones is fantastic.
Steve Harrison in the chat. My friend used to manage the remains. It was who was left over after most of the Ramones passed away.
Oh,
yeah, that's great.
Oh, yeah, those are fantastic.
If my allowance was just a little bit more in the 70s, I would have had all of these, but I had to pick and choose. That's the real story behind Ode to Billy Joe. That's what the song.
That's a nice one. Always the spider web. The spider, giant spider covers.
Yeah, I like both logos with the bat and the phantom.
Yes.
This is a cover by Nick Cardy. This is
right
why you don't leave the door open.
Yeah, it was right at that time period when I first started buying comics, right? During that period right before DC went back down to 20 cents.
This is 1971.
Yeah. I would have been 6.
This also is 1971, also by Nick Cardy. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that is nice.
Little writing
on it didn't last long.
No, it's changing from what I showed the first one. This is Neil Adams, so their little swan ride in the cave entrance gives you the impression of a skull.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love the red dress in distress. And there's something creepy behind those curtains. Or are you supposed to say, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain? And DC would every now and then check out the tone on these kids. Just, it's like a gray wash tone.
Yeah.
This is Jack Sparling artwork.
Jack Sparling. Jack Sparling goes, of course, he was doing stuff in the pre-code era as well, and really good stuff.
Now here's 1976. by Louis Dominguez.
Yeah, it's a great cover.
And I always think this dog is so happy to see them because you can see the dog hasn't had much to eat lately. And,
Yeah, he's had a lot of bones.
That's right,
though, at least.
And I've never seen a mountain just like this, but
That's nice.
Now see this guy? He replaces the Phantom character.
Oh yeah.
He looks more like he'd be in, Conan the Barbarian or
yeah, kind of like one of the sword and sorcery type characters.
Or maybe they're just finally showing his face.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's the same guy and it's just revealing, a little more.
This is another.
He looked better the first time.
Yes.
Jack Sparling. People might think that's Neil Adams because of the angles and the perspective, but it's 1960.
Sparling. Yes, Sparling was consistently great for decades. And that guy, I just love his artwork.
For all the monster fans.
Yeah, I have that one. Boy, I wish that guy had been elected instead of, Biden wasn't elected, but we won't get controversial.
Not now, no. I don't know how many you want me to show, Mike, but
now I've got a question. Now, did Neil Adams do any of these covers for Unexpected?
Probably very few.
Was that another run? I forget, but it was something in that era.
I think he did a few of those covers.
Okay.
He might have, but he's so busy.
This is when, now this is the early 70s. So
72. This is Nick Carter.
Yeah. This is when they're coming out of their like the comics code funk, where after the comics code was implemented, horror comics just looked, to me, they were flat and boring for a while. And then they were just like, hey, let's start doing, getting creative again.
It was Joe Orlando.
Joe Orlando, another one, man.
Well, Joe Orlando's responsible for this DC wave. When the comics code was relaxed, he said, hey, let's bring back East, because he worked at EC. And he was responsible for all of this House of Mystery, House of Secrets, Ghost, Unexpected, this whole wave of early 70s horror comics at DC was Joe Orlando.
He was the last appearance of Dennis the Menace here before he's
he met an unfortunate end. And also, Joe Orlando, of course, more in comics, creepy and airy. I mean, man, the stuff he did for the early creepy and airy stuff.
I don't want to move to Florida. That cover right there.
There we go. Gators. Everybody has a pet gator in Florida.
How far are you from Weeki Wachee?
I think I'm actually probably about 150 miles north.
So you've never been there?
No, I have not been there. I'm in North Florida,
nice.
Kind of quasi panhandle.
Very nice. I love the pirate.
To Gainesville.
Okay.
This one always makes me want to go camping.
The Evil Eyes of the Night.
That is a nice one. Yeah, I'm about 12 miles from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that.
Yeah, where they shot the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
The underwater scenes.
Bury me in my grave.
Now, this one, in case there's any girls watching, anytime a boy wants to take you somewhere private, little girl, you just be careful because probably no good will come of that. So
yeah.
This is my public service announcement. I'll end on this one. Here's a guy complaining about the bus ride,
Mm-hmm.
What does he say? What is he saying there? He's like, what happened to the passengers? Stop the bus. Let me off. Yeah, that's getting into classic pre-code type of vibe there, man.
I don't know what he's complaining. This is Driver of the Year in 2012.
Yes.
All right, that's it.
Fantastic lineup.
You see why I like those? I love that whole title.
Yeah, those are
great title.
The art is fantastic, and you're right, Gratu. Yeah, Joe Orlando really was maybe the guy that was responsible for getting horror back into, the mainstream comics after the, I don't want to say post comics code, but to me, it seemed like in the early 70s, they were like just ignoring it to a large
the
degree.
comics code was actually relaxed because when Stan Lee embarrassed the comics code by putting out an anti-drug issue and they wouldn't put the code on it, he released it anyway. And they said, well, we'll relax it. And the code was written. Someone in the chat, Steve Harrison, saying they banned the term weird. I'm not sure if weird was banned, but they banned horror in a title. I can pull up the code. It's in this book.
Yeah, they banned a lot of
werewolf. They banned.
Yeah,
well, you couldn't have any monsters in comics if they weren't unless you were adapting Dracula or unless they were classical monsters, or if they were humorous, like the monsters you see in Bob Hope. But you couldn't have vampirism, werewolves, the undead, zombies weren't allowed. So
who said that in the
also,
chat?
so when the comics code,
I think that was Steve Harrison.
Yeah. It's what happened is when it's like when the Supreme Court made their decision about pornography, then all of a sudden there's an explosion of it, and the people that run the comics industry are sleazy, just like the people that run the movie industry. So when they were given the opportunity, they took out, we can use werewolves now and zombies, and they were still nervous about zombies. That's why Tales of the Zombie was a magazine, and they were nervous at Marvel about undead. So they every time they got something questionable, it would be Morbius, the living vampire, which was Marvel's first attempt to put vampires in when the code was relaxed. But they said, no, he's not dead. It's a scientific thing. And then the living mummy and Colossus, what was it? The living Colossus, and everything was no, don't worry. It's the mummy's really alive. He's not undead, because they didn't want to push it too far. And then Marvel started doing horror, and then they just started to rebundle their 50s horror.
The reason Steve knows that the word weird was banned because we heard it from Mr. Gaines himself. He said they purposely went after words that I used in my books. So
Right.
when weird was stricken, forbidden, there went weird fantasy and weird science, two of his titles right there. So
yeah, let me check it.
Yeah,
You're probably right.
The funniest thing though is like immediately EC for a short period of time, obviously Warren in 1964, I think that started with Creepy and Eerie. They just they were like, hey, look, I don't care about the comics code. We're just going to make it magazine format and do comic books that are magazine size and get away with it. And of course, then Myron Foss and Stanley Morse came in and they did the stuff. It didn't make a difference. So you could imagine people are like kids go to a store and they see weird or they see creepy or something. And they're like, hey, that's the type of stuff that, with all the great gore and the vampires and the whatever, and I can buy that. So the comics code just became less and less relevant anyways, in my opinion.
It's not weird. It's General Standards Part B. Number 1, no comic magazine shall use the word horror or terror in its title. Both of those are related because Tales from the Crypt was originally Crypt of Terror.
Yes.
2, all scenes of horror, excessive bloodshed, gory or gruesome crimes, depravity, lust, sadism, masochism shall not be permitted. 3, all lurid, unsavory, gruesome illustrations shall be eliminated. 4, inclusion of stories dealing with evil shall be used or shall be published only where the intent is to illustrate a moral issue, and in no case shall be presented alluringly, nor so as to injure the sensibilities of the reader. 5, scenes dealing with or instruments associated with Walking Dead, torture, vampires and vampirism, ghouls, cannibalism, and werewolfism are prohibited. And let's see what else. Dialogue, profanity, obscenity, smut, vulgarity, or words or symbols which have acquired undesirable meanings are forbidden. I don't think that was really ever an issue, because comics, they had their way of cursing with all the little, symbols that showed someone was cursing, but
yeah, that wasn't really, in pre-code, you wouldn't find actual curse words.
Well, I was coming to, in the chat, Steve's defense, because the reason he's getting that whole idea of that weird was forbidden was because Gaines himself said it in a late interview. So,
he probably had a bad memory because he was like 80.
Right. What you're reading is accurate, but Gaines himself thought that. And was guilty of repeating it. And when earlier you quoted Stan Lee saying that, he just purposely left off the comics code. The problem with Stan Lee is he's got a worse memory. In some interviews, he says that he forgot to turn it in for the comics code approval, or they forgot to put the little stamp on the thing. So, but you can't ever go by what Stan says.
No, but that's why because that comic came out without the code and it was still distributed and still sold, they realized we don't have as much power as we thought.
No.
And so therefore they, decided that's my impression.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, Bill Gaines and EC, they were censoring themselves before the comics code even kicked in.
Right.
I mean, Stanley Morris and other people like Morris, they were going for, they were pushing the envelope. Morris was like, I don't care what you do as long as the comic book sells. While Gaines was like, well, we better not show that axe in the head. So we're going to censor that comic book, and then inexplicably have this white thing on it, when the guy enters the room, instead of the axe in his head, it's just a white thing. I don't know what light.
It looks like a glow.
A glow. And I'm like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. If you're, if you're in the pre-code era, you're pre-code. Just go for it. Do it. Because you're going to get coded anyways.
Well,
who cares?
It's easy to say that, but you need a place to live, and you just go for it.
But they were all the other publishers were making millions doing it. Until they got wiped out.
Well, they were the imitators, and they went farther than EC. And they weren't as clever as, they didn't have the writing of EC, but they.
I think some of them did.
Some of them did, but overall, EC was really high standards, almost like Rod Serling style writing. It was really.
Yeah, I found a lot of their covers actually kind of boring.
I'm not talking about the covers. I'm talking about the writing of the stories. I mean, it's just.
But the cover is the thing. The cover. I mean, when you're at the newsstand, you're a kid. You got to get something that's going to pop out. And when you're you're comparing a standard EC cover to Weird Chills or Weird Mysteries or Mr. Mystery. I mean, I would be grabbing those all the time. I would be leaving EC on the shelf.
But I think another important issue back, going to the code, was in 1972 with House of Secrets number 83. Yeah. There was a story in there written by Marv Wolfman. Now, who was the host there? Kane, or was that Abel, House of Secrets?
Kane.
He was. It
went
on, I think, on the splash page. He's bringing a story, and he's talking about Abel. This is brought to. What?
Okay.
What? I told you wrong. It's Abel.
Are you sure?
Abel.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Secrets.
Yeah. So Abel's saying how this story is brought to you by a wandering wolfman. The code immediately rejected it, and then they went on to explain, well, this is actually written by the guy's name. The guy's name is Marv Wolfman. So then they allowed the story, and they found out that they can, get past the code that way, and that's what they did. But that is also an important issue, a very key issue, whether you want to call it key or not, is because that issue led to a lot of creators being allowed to sign their names to the art, which was not previously allowed by DC. So
no, I just had a senior moment. I pictured his chubby gel face, and my brain said Kane, even though it was Abel. So
That's right.
So that was the House of Secrets.
I thought it
83.
was. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's weird. I think I had a.
And many times I preferred House of Secrets over House of Mystery.
Mhm.
They're both good, but
Anyway, I got some stuff. You want to see it or?
Yes. Here, let me get you on solo here, Captain.
All right. You see, we're talking about haunted thrills and stuff. I'm gonna. This is number 7 from 1953.
Woo!
This it's from the Iger shop. I don't know who the writers or artists are. I have no idea. I don't.
Well, it's very possible that the cover artist there,
Yeah,
is Ken Battlefield, and he did a ton of stuff for.
he was in the Iger shops.
Oh yes, Ken Battlefield. Yep, you had Ken Battlefield, George Webb, Matt Baker, Jay Disbrow, and of course, Ruth Roach was the editor, and she was writing a lot of those stories.
That was number 7. Here's number 6.
It's just now. I gotta say, gentlemen, I ask you that a cover like that, how does EC beat that? I just don't. I don't see it.
Take it out of the.
That's great.
Like
that's great, but
iconic.
EC, I think EC was better. That is great on the side of a fun house or as a tattoo, but as EC, you don't beat Wally Wood and Jack Davis. I mean, the EC was like.
Oh yeah, well, you see, you're talking technical. I'm not talking technical. I'm talking the spirit.
Just as far as being lurid, that's really lurid.
No.
Yeah, that's absolutely something that would get a mother upset in every way.
Oh,
well, it's a gambling skeleton.
Yeah, everything possibly horribly.
It is just beautiful. It's iconic.
Yeah,
and it's the zeitgeist of the moment. You know, it's like, look at it. You have Satan in the background. I don't know what he's doing back there. Maybe he wants another roll of the dice.
He's just waiting for his next victim. That's great.
Snake eyes. And also, yes, you're getting the snake eyes in there. That is true.
Haunted Thrills number 2.
Okay, that's a little less spectacular, but
still,
it's groovy though. Now you see Apex wants a Haunted Thrills t-shirt. That's what I'm talking about, folks.
That's a great logo.
It is a great logo, yeah.
Let's see what I don't know what.
I think that was one of the things about EC that always got me was their constant, their just big logo on the top that was a rectangle with a solid color, and then their little square drawing. And
well, they did that. They made them so large because they wanted to stand out on the newsstands, so that.
Right, but look at that Haunted Thrills. That stands out.
Yeah,
I would be like, yeah, that babe's giving me Haunted Thrills right there.
Here's the first issue of that.
And look at the cover. It's almost it's just beyond belief when you look at it. It's like this woman. She's getting startled by this ghoul that's holding a miniature skull. I don't even what the hell does that mean?
This is fantastic, but I still think it's like comparing Wuthering Heights to a Harlequin romance. I mean, this is lowbrow, and I think that's great. I love lowbrow. I think EC flirted with highbrow in that the writing was. I mean, notice none of these have
highbrow when you got a woman's head cut off with an axe, and a bloody axe, and the blood is coming dripping from her head. Highbrow? I doubt it.
I'm talking about the writing.
Oh well,
the moralistic panderings of EC just really kind of bored me. It just was like you're producing these really graphic comic books, and you have these moralistic things going
What
on, and I'm like,
Gaines called the preachies. He called them the preachy books.
the preachies.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, I don't. Gratu. I love the EC. I think, yeah, and I agree. The artists they had were insanely good, and they had great stories. I like them.
Absolutely.
I have not, but it's for me. There's something about some of the non-EC pre-code comics that just, I don't know, hit me in some kind of visceral way that EC just never did. They just never, it just never, you know, and I never collected them. It's a weird thing. It's like I never thought about like, oh, I've got to get an EC collection. I always went for stuff, you know, like the Iger Shop stuff, or what was a Web of Evil Quality with Jack Cole. Jack Cole stuff in the pre-code era was just nuts, man.
Well, I never thought about collecting them because I didn't have the money. But so I might have thought about collecting all of them, but that was not a possibility. And
yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, fortunately, you know, with places like companies like PS Art Books and IDW, Yo Books and stuff, we can get a ton of these comic books. Yeah. And of course, the EC archives, all of the stuff that they've reprinted throughout the last, 3 or 4 decades now, you know, fortunately is available, you know, for,
that's a great thing.
Yeah, they're reasonable too. It's really kind of funny because PS Art Books has made they've jumped. Their prices have jumped. I mean, in the last year, I mean, it's kind of astounding. Meanwhile, the EC Archives books that come out are very reasonably priced. Still. Yeah. Okay, Death Wish Coffee Company. I love it. Look at that. Now, are you plan on doing a Captain Strangelife coffee?
No.
You could do it. You could do it. Use the logo, the shirt logo, man. It would be fantastic.
No, I'm not going to do nothing like that. I got the shirts at a pretty good price, but
do like the bloody dark roast.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's what it is. That's all I got right now.
Okay. I'm going to take you out.
Yeah, I'm going to get going anyway. I'm going to go upstairs and watch some horror movies with my wife.
Okay.
Try to convince her to watch some movies. First Man on Mars.
First Man on Mars.
Yeah.
Hold on now. Let's get a solo on that.
Okay. Yes.
Hey, folks, check it out. It's First Man on Mars. Yes, you can actually get that on eBay or on from my website. I'm gonna have to drop the linky. I'm glad you reminded me, Graphic Man. I've just dropped the link in the chat, folks.
And by the way, Mike, thanks for this.
Oh yeah, there's the card.
Yeah.
That is it. That is the playing card that you get when you buy First Man on Mars.
That's great.
Yeah. It was, of course, when I had the Witch Tales Blu-rays, which sold out. It went with the Witch Tales because the Witch Tales was based upon the pre-code horror comics.
I put it with my others, you know.
Oh, there you go. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that goes perfectly with the peanut.
Yes, I agree.
So I hope everybody has a happy Halloween, what's left of it, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. Take care, Captain.
Take care.
See you later. Thanks for coming on. Okay. All right. Well, Gratude, do you have any books there that you want to share with us?
I guess I was actually meaning to look at the shelf here because I was watching the Strangelife's video this morning. They put up, I guess, in the middle of the night, and I'm thinking, I'll never be able to get any of those books. And then I was thinking, maybe I have some of them on this shelf and don't realize. And then I've got to, because I was looking up how much was Ghost ever, the comic just Ghost was that ever reprinted? And I looked up Amazon. It's there for $64. Maybe I already have it and just forgotten because I bought just dozens of these PS art books. So
yeah.
So
yeah, it is insane how those things have gone up in price. I just
yeah, that's actually.
Yeah.
So
there
this
we
is
go.
what we're talking about here.
Yes, Adventures into Darkness.
The great thing about these PS art books is that they reprint them with the original ads, and I think that's extremely important. That's why I don't really have much use for these gigantic, what do you call them, omnibus books, because they don't have the ads. And this is just reprinted from existing copies of the comic, but it's done very well, and so this is how I'm going to have to deal with it, because paying $300-400 for a comic is something that I guess you kind of have to be unmarried to do that. I assume, because I don't think it's possible.
Sure.
But I just don't think that's a possible thing.
Yeah, I mean, and there's also, of course, so many people that reprinted the comics, the pre-code comics in black and white.
Yeah,
you know that, like with Tales Too Terrible to Tell and Terrorology.
Yeah, sure. They've been doing that since the 80s. Yeah,
since the
so
80s.
I've got tons of these books. Sometimes I would get hardcovers. I wish some of these still had the prices on them from half price books, but they really weren't much money. I don't think I spent more than $15 in any of these books. Now I see them on
for hardcovers. That is a deal.
Probably that's what they were, because they just because there wasn't a demand for them. Because you need to understand that nobody wants these books but us. I'm sure there are warehouses full of these, and they could be charging $65 for that. It'll still be there next year.
Sure.
It's just, there's a small niche market for this. It's big enough that they can keep putting these out. Mainly it's being put out by guys that have made millions of dollars in the comic industry, and they just love comics and they want these to exist. And they're, people like Roy Thomas, I notice now all the hatred aimed at Stan Lee is now, since he's no longer around, they're now transferring it to Roy Thomas. And so everyone wants to hate all the people that made our childhood fun. And it's like, well,
why are they hating Roy Thomas? Ratu, why are they? What's the problem with Roy Thomas now?
Because now that Stan Lee's gone, he's kind of taken up the torch and agreed with a lot of the things Stan Lee said, and they want to not acknowledge anything Roy Thomas ever did. People just like to complain. I see it all over the place. I don't know.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah. But
when I complain about Stan Lee, it's for legitimate things. I don't do it just to be mean to him. I think he did a few things wrong to Kirby and to Ditko.
Oh, sure.
But
he really shafted Wally Wood.
Yeah, I agree there too. And that's where I drop it though. But
Wally Wood, didn't want to go with that formula. He wanted to be paid for writing the stories, and
but all of these guys shafted people. All of the people in the comics book industry has been cutthroat since day one.
These were not.
It's incredible the way look, William Gaines shafted. Who was the guy that he came
Kurtzman?
Before Gaines? No,
Kurtzman? No.
Jesus. This magazine is haunted. It's a very famous guy. He did Batman as well. I keep forgetting his damn name.
No.
Pardon? No.
Jerry Robinson. It can't be Bob
close.
Kane, because he never did Batman.
No, it's not Bob Kane. It's not. Jeez Louise. That's going to drive me insane now.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
Hold on. I got to look.
Yeah, it's let's face it, it was a sleazy industry. The pulps, the comics, not much different from any other sleazy industry. But Stan Lee really did Wally Wood dirty. You know, it's like, gee, Wally Wood's going to write a story. It wasn't very good, was it, folks? It's like,
yeah, what a terrible thing.
Daredevil. He really did.
Yeah.
It's like his, you know, oh well. So, yeah, there were a lot of great covers, but I think overall EC, I wasn't part of the EC generation. I was reading the comics. Let's see, 30 years late, 20, 30 years later. And it blew my 10-year-old mind. So especially the best of the EC was in the science fiction comics, not the horror comics. The writing in those books was just incredible.
Yeah.
There was a storyline where
I tend to agree.
The whole planet has been sterilized by, I don't know. It's my memory from being a little kid. I think it was a weird fantasy. It's like no one can have children anymore. So the last baby born, it's like when he graduated elementary school, they closed the school. Then they closed the high school, and he becomes a scientist. He's going to figure out a way to make the human race keep going. So he invents he's an older guy now, and he invents a time travel machine where I'm going to open up a portal, and we're going to get a man and a woman from the 20th century to today so they could become a new Adam and Eve. And so he sets up the portal. So here's where there'll be a lot of people, Grand Central Station in New York, where there were thousands of people came through every day. So he sets up this time portal. And it's just, I don't remember if it was just one woman after another came in, or if it was one man after another. It's like, why are we only getting one sex? And the portal, they could only do it once, was set up right at the door to the men's room. So only guys or maybe the ladies room. And it was brilliant. It's like, who thinks of that? It's just great.
Yeah.
It's just like it's what Rod Serling was doing. Of course, Rod Serling preached too, and so did Star Trek. You know, that was just part of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's true. Sheldon Moldoff. Sheldon Moldoff created this magazine is Haunted. He went to William Gaines. They signed a contract. Yeah. William Gaines reneged on the contract and came out with EC Comics. He screwed Sheldon Moldoff right out. And he threatened, his lawyer threatened Moldoff that if he went against him in a court of law, that he would be blacklisted from the comics industry forever.
For what was Sheldon Moldoff supposed to do?
Sheldon Moldoff signed a contract with William Gaines. He had 3 comic books, horror comic books, to launch. This was before EC Comics, including this magazine is Haunted. William Gaines said, these are great. Let's do a contract. Let's release these comic books, publish them. 6 months later, he hears nothing from William Gaines. William Gaines publishes EC Comics. He totally reneges on the contract that he signed with Moldoff. And Gaines' lawyer
on his own. He didn't need Moldoff.
Right. And so he just did his own comics, but he'd already signed a contract with him. And then his lawyer, Gaines' lawyer, threatened Moldoff. He said, look, you're going to be black. If you go against us, if you bring us to court, we're going to blacklist you from the comics industry forever. That's how sleazy William Gaines was. Well, and I'm just saying that all these guys, when we're talking about people doing sleazy stuff in the comics industry, that's sleazy. You know, it's not like you're saying, oh, yeah, that sounds great. Let's do it. And then you don't. You sign a contract with somebody to publish certain magazines, and then you say, screw it. I'm not going, you know, the contract is now meaningless. I'm doing my own thing. That is sleazy.
Yeah, I don't know that story. That's very interesting because I like both of those guys, and I don't know the details of that. That kind of sounds like what they did to Vampira when they created Elvira.
But didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, there was just a ton of that stuff swirling around. I mean, people were doing. It was cutthroat. I'm just trying to say that a lot of the industry, like Hollywood, like the movie industry, it's just cutthroat as hell, man. I mean, people backstabbing people all the time, and I'm not saying that. I mean, that doesn't lessen what William Gaines did with publishing all of the titles for EC and all the great artists and stuff. I'm just saying that, yes, he did sleazy stuff, just like Stan Lee did, and a lot of these other, publishers, editors, because the bottom line is the buck, man. That's all there is to it. That all of these dudes,
but
it was just bottom line money,
Well,
that's it.
Gaines and Feldstein were perfectly capable of doing it on their own. I don't know what Sheldon Moldoff would have brought to the table. I mean, he's great,
Well,
but he's more of a funny, like
this
sugar and
magazine is
spike
haunted.
kind of guy.
Did you see his work that he did for This Magazine is Haunted? It's awesome. I mean, it's like really classic, iconic, gruesome horror comic stuff. I mean, and it wasn't just him. He had a lot. There were other artists.
Wait, am I mixing them up with Meyer? I think I'm mixing up two different Shelleys.
Oh, maybe you are.
Senior moment. Yeah, okay.
But Moldoff did.
Moldoff,
He did,
okay,
he did
Moldoff,
work
Batman artist. I'm mixing up with Meyer.
He did, yeah. But I'm just saying that there was a lot of cutthroat activity, and there's been a lot of cut. I can only imagine what's going on nowadays. If things were bad back then, just considering what I've seen in the corrupt industry that it has become now. Oh man.
Well, there's not a lot of money to be made there now, so I don't know. When there's a lot of money to be made, that's when the lawyers jump in and everything. Right now, it's just all it is a place for intellectual properties to be housed while they're thinking of what movies to make out of them. But
all characters to be revised, to the current climate. That's pretty much what's going on. Well, and it's pretty cringy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think EC was at its best with the science fiction and the war comics, and I think that their horror comics were better written than the other companies. The problem with EC, the main flaw with EC was the lettering to me, and looking very robotic, and that was Gaines just being that's the case where he was just a nice guy. This couple, this husband and wife team, did all that lettering for EC Comics, and they had worked for his father, and he didn't want to fire them, and so he was just a nice guy. I just kind of know Gaines as being this nice guy. He wasn't a liberal. He was conservative. He took the whole staff of Mad to a different place in the world every year on a vacation. There was a friend of mine that knew this girl when growing up that wrote a letter to Mad Magazine. He would fly her to New York, I think once or every year or two to visit. He was just, to me, he's a really nice guy. He didn't want to be in comic books. It was just his father died in a boat crash, and it's like all of a sudden he's right out of college. He inherits this company. It's like, what am I going to do with this? I hate comic books. Well, he did comics that he would like to read, and he was successful. And just the problem is, the Ray Bradbury story, I'm sure, or you do, right?
Well, which Ray Bradbury story?
Huh? No, the story about how Ray Bradbury began his association with EC, right?
I don't know.
Oh, well, they were stealing stories without realizing it, because they grew up listening to these old radio shows and reading pulps, and they had these stories in their head. And sometimes it's like, hey, this is a great idea for a story, but it's something they heard on the radio 20 years ago when they were kids. Or it's kind of like when George Harrison was taken to court over My Sweet Lord, and was this really a ripoff of He's So Fine? And the court said yes, but we don't think he did it intentionally. It was in his head, and he just happened to use the same melody. But
I wouldn't put that thing past Gaines.
So they did a story. I think it was called The Rocket Man, and it was it was called Home to Stay, and I think it was based on a Ray Bradbury story called The Rocket Man, where this little kid's dad is gone all the time on rocket trips, kind of like he's a truck driver, and it's like the little kid was there with his mom, and they're looking up at a shooting star coming down, And the mother says, "Oh, look, a shooting star. When you see a shooting star, you can make a wish, and that wish will come true." And the kid says, "I wish I may, I wish I might, that daddy would be home to stay." And the story cuts back and forth. There's a problem on his spaceship as he's entering Earth, and that shooting star was his body burning up, falling through the atmosphere, and he's wishing on his dying father. Anyway, it was a Bradbury story. They didn't realize it, and Ray Bradbury loved it, but he realized, hey, they stole my story, but look at the artwork. Look, it's really well done. So he's like, how am I going to handle this? Do I get lawyers? So he writes this letter and said, "I really enjoyed your adaptation of my story in your latest issue of Weird Fantasy or Weird Science, whatever." It said, "It's just, I'm afraid the check has not gotten to me yet, but I'd like to continue working with you in the future because you're doing a great job with my stories." And he was serious. And so they sent him a check. And that's why after that, whenever they did a Ray Bradbury story, they put a big blurb on the cover featuring a story by Ray Bradbury. The stories were so good that Ray Bradbury, who was the premier 1950s science fiction guy, along with Arthur C. Clarke, and all that, was like, "Hey, yeah, I'll work with you guys." He was so. Okay. I loved all of that. I loved all the companies, but to me, EC was the Cadillac.
Let me tell you something, Gratu. Hold on one second. Let me give you a little list here.
I'm going to list. I'm going to turn this light off because it's killing my eyes. But I'm listening.
That's fine. Fred Keita, Bob Powell, Jack Cole, Reed Crandall, Lou Cameron, Basil Wolverton, Frank Frazetta, Harry Lazarus, Al Williamson, Warren Kremer. You know what those guys did? They did comics that were not EC. Yeah. And if you get this book called Four Color Fear, you're going to see all those comics in this book by all those artists, some of which were definitely better than even the EC comics artists, in my opinion.
But 4 or 5 of those are EC artists that you just mentioned.
Yeah, but those guys started off doing non-EC comics before EC existed. That's what I'm telling you. Okay. So they may have been hired by EC to do stuff, but what I'm saying is that it wasn't EC that picked up these guys first. They were.
Oh, no, I never said that.
Okay. Well, you just said it. You said they were EC artists. They weren't EC artists. They were working for other publishers
because they worked for EC.
Right. But they weren't EC artists, though. I'm saying that they worked for non-EC publishers before EC Comics.
Okay, but if
when you say, wow, EC had all these great artists, I'm saying that these other publishers were utilizing Al Williamson and Frank Frazetta and so forth before EC even thought about it.
Okay, you're not really disagreeing.
Players, if I say, my grandfather was a New York Yankee. Well,
right, but you're trying to tell.
He was on the Philadelphia.
No. Because you're trying to tell me that these non-EC comics are inferior. What I'm trying to tell you,
I said they weren't written.
You just said that.
No, yeah, they weren't written as well. I didn't say the art was bad.
No, I totally disagree with you. I think the stories in many cases were quite superior to EC, simply because they weren't afraid to push the envelope. And that was the whole thing with pre-code comics. When you have no code, go for it. And the thing about EC is that I think William Gaines was kind of, he to a large degree, with the self-censoring, he held EC back.
Well, the self-censoring the only thing I can think of is that cover where the guy's axing somebody and then they took the brain fragments and made it a glow. That's the only, and that and one other cover were censored in the later days. But I think it's almost
they were. I mean, if there's no code and you're censoring, then what's the point? In my opinion, it's like, okay. I mean, you want to play it safe or not.
You are making comic books for children. So maybe Gaines actually had some common sense and wasn't like a criminal. I mean, because
I don't think so.
The more you are pushing in stuff that's aimed at 7 to 12-year-olds, the more of a horrible person you come across as.
I disagree with that entirely. I don't think they were aimed at kids. Look at the advertisements. Look at the advertisements
for brassieres. Like join the army.
Ads for brassieres. Ads for men that are growing their muscles. Ads
they're ads for 11-year-olds that are being beaten up on the playground for being scrawny people that read comic books. That's why they have
ads for bras for women. What is that to like somehow? What is that for?
There are a lot of ads for bras in these pre-code horror comics.
I've got a ton of them.
Okay, sure. but don't. What age do girls start wearing bras?
It's not for the girl. It wasn't for the girls. It was for the grown guys that were like, "Wow, look at this brassiere ad." That's exactly what they were targeting. They knew they had a large adult audience buying and it is true. It's not, if you look at the demographics of people buying the pre-code comic books, a large percentage of the people that were buying those comic books on a weekly basis were adults, or at least males in their late teens going into adulthood.
All right. You guys are both probably right. They knew that kids were reading these books, but some of them probably thought that more adults were reading the EC titles, and they knew that kids, given a choice, would probably choose Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny, but the occasional kid would be reading an EC comic. So you kind of had to make EC suitable for both, and probably the ads more geared towards the adults.
Right.
That's the way I think both of you.
Here's a classic, guys. I'm just kidding. And this is not a bra ad or anything.
Yeah.
Play piano the first day, and it shows adults learning to play the piano. If you're trying to tell me that's targeted for kids, you're off your rocker. That's basically
However,
it. I'm sorry.
However, youngsters back then were very more sophisticated, and they could read better than today's kids.
Correct, but then they would show kids learning to play the piano. Those are adults. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Now you can fly a real jet plane.
Sure.
Draw the first day. Well, that's an adult in the ad, but I think it's real. I mean,
I think you'll find both. You'll find a mix, probably.
Right, and that's because, Graphic Man, that is because these comic books were not solely targeted.
No, they were.
He's not saying that.
Adults that read them, but they were.
Well, yeah, but he was.
Well,
he was just saying that kids are going to be. Yeah, but that's not
the point. They knew that the occasional kid was going to read. However, a lot of these magazines were read by GIs fighting the Korean War. So
the funny thing about William, the funny thing about William Gaines though is that you got a cover that's showing this guy strangling this woman, right, to death, and then he's like, "Look, we can't have that axe in the guy's head on the next cover." Totally makes no sense whatsoever.
The cover date of the strangulation cover versus the cover date where it's like he's going, "Oh shoot," because there's the Senate subcommittee had
William Gaines
when he did the strangulation cover, and once the government's convening, wondering why they're selling this stuff to kids, that's because that's the whole thing. They weren't going after Hugh Hefner; they were going after this. These comic books are for kids. Maybe they aren't now because kids don't even know what they are. But in the 50s, they were for kids. Yes, adults read them. My dad picked up a copy of Weird War when I had it in 1974, but that doesn't make him a comic book reader.
Right. Well, yeah, but they were targeting adults as well. That's what I'm telling you. And the thing is that William Gaines, you could say that yes, maybe he was pressured by the code, but there was no code. I mean,
well, there's a moral code.
Yeah,
there's a moral code.
Yeah, but William
beings to not sell this kind of shit to little kids, and that's what they looked at in 19. It was the Norman Rockwell America, and they were thinking, why is this shit being sold to kids? We love it, but we love it. It's kind of funny now to think that these little
but
kids.
William Gaines had no morals.
But if you
were, I think the guy was ethically
had more
bankrupt.
morals than most of these people. I think the publishers were sleazy as hell. These were people, if they could have, they would have been publishing full-fledged pornography, but they were held back from that. And it's just like all these nudist camp movies in the 60s, as soon as they were allowed to, the Supreme Court said, okay, it's full-on hardcore pornography. They would have done it 10 years, 20 years before, but they were held back by that's just the way it is, because they'll do anything to make money.
Not just the way it is. There was a pre-code era. So what you have to look at is, why were pre-code horror comics and crime comics held back, for example, from showing nudity in a panel where like a woman's nude? Why? What was the reason? Well, I can tell you what the reason was. The Hays Code. That was already figured out with the films, everything, where they're like, look, you can't show, female body parts or male, body parts, I guess, or
because they did that in movies in the silent movie era. There were pre-code films, just like there were pre-code comics,
exactly, until the Hays Code.
It's because these people will do anything to make money, and they have no morality, a lot of them. And it may come in beautiful films from the 1920s and teens. It may come with beautiful artwork in the late 40s and 50s, but it's the people on top saying, "Hey,
I'm just telling you that Gaines was one of those publishers."
Yeah, but I don't know much about the other publishers. Gaines I've studied a lot about, and I've always kind of liked him, but I always very much liked him. But I don't know about some of the other publishers, but I think that they weren't. I think we're talking about basically organized crime, and I don't think they really gave a shit. They cared about the money, and it's funny now, but at the time that was probably horrifying to parents to see that stuff. And there was
but if you think Gaines wasn't about the bottom line, the dollar,
he was,
and your mistake.
Was.
Yeah, well,
but
then he was
able about quality.
In a sense, he was able to do anything sleazy and unethical to get it. That's all I'm saying. And he did. I just told you about Sheldon Moldoff. You can look it up. You can watch my documentary, Haunted Thrills. I point all of this out.
I don't know the real details on that contractual dispute, but
you can find it out. You can look for yourself.
Mike, I think you're hearing.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
So I guess he was just a horrible guy, just like everyone else. You have
I'm just saying you're trying to elevate him above these
what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I've loved the pre-code horror all my life, but now I'm seeing this shit happening in our society now. With I don't even want to go to the movies anymore. It's like now I realize that was the beginning of this trickle of. Now an explosion of diarrhea destroying our culture, and I realized that's where it started, and I've always loved it. But was I fucked up? Why do I like that? Because
I don't think so, because
it's satanic. It's fucking satanic.
I totally.
I mean, I don't even know why I like it, but I do. I mean, Graphic Man, help me with this. I mean, you're a very godly, religious man, but you collect these books too. What's wrong with this?
No, Mike, I think you're hearing Gratu say a positive thing about Gaines, like where he tries to do the right thing, and I fear that you're reading into that Gratu is saying that Gaines was a Dudley Do-Right. He's not saying that Gaines was a Dudley Do-Right. He's just saying that every now and then he did try to do the right thing. He did try to self-correct and self-morality, and we should probably give him credit for that. However, you're saying, all of sin to come short of glory. I agree. And so Gaines probably did some dirty backroom deals. I don't know. But
well, he probably shafted Kurtzman.
Yeah. So I think deep down, you
look,
guys can agree. I think you're just at the moment you're you're maybe inflating or deflating certain things that each are saying. I'm guessing. So
who was the guy that was working with Warren Publications, the artist that closely worked? Was that I want to say Kurtzman, but it was another Al Feldstein.
Feldstein?
Okay. He worked with Warren closely, right?
He stayed with Mad. He became the editor of Mad after Kurtzman. He was there all through.
But I'm saying that Warren and Feldstein were close.
Like, were they friends? They didn't ever work together. They might have known each other, maybe.
Okay,
Kurtzman worked with Warren on Help. He hired him to do Help magazine.
Right. And I think it was Feldstein that told the story of Warren, where one day they went into this shop where this guy was selling. He was there, the salesman that he sold thousands of photos of like movie stars, scenes from movies, including horror films and science fiction films and stuff. And so they went into the shop, and this guy was an old guy. He was like 70 years old. And the guy was like, look, I got some new stuff. Let me go back and get it. So he leaves. He goes back. Warren jumps over the counter and grabs dozens of photos, stuffs them in his briefcase. And Al Feldstein is standing there watching him doing this. And he's like, I could not believe. And he told him when they left the store, he was like, never do that again in front of me, or I will do something about it. So, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of these guys were just, you think about your heroes, somebody like James.
I never
Warren.
said he's a hero. Everybody's got horrible things they've done in their life. Sure. So you're telling me he shoplifted and General Patton slapped the soldier he thought was kind of faking it.
But that's the whole thing, Ratu. When you talk about other publishers and you're like, yeah, they lacked morals and they were evil and all this shit.
I think they all did. In
fact, then we agree with it.
I think most of the movie industry lacks morals. I'm beginning to think it's the whole world is satanic. And today is satanic. I love monsters. I can't really explain it, but I think all of this is not really of God. But I love it, and it's horrible. But I do think that what they were doing in the 50s to those kids that were growing up without fathers because their fathers died in World War II, and I think to a certain extent, Frederick Gruesome was right. I'm sorry, but he was right. He wasn't right about Batman and Robin being gay, but some of this they pushed it far. When they show a hypodermic about to going into a woman's eye, that's pushing things kind of freaking far. And it's
but in reality, in the long run, how does it actually warp kids? I mean, you're not warped. You still think morally.
I didn't grow up during that time. I'm not warped. Am I not warped?
Wait a second.
Let me tell you, James Warren.
I'm not going to answer that.
Warren pushed things much farther than Gaines ever did. When he put out that comic 1984/1994, and I read that, I realized I can't believe this, because not only is it it's probably the sleaziest comic stuff I've ever seen outside of an underground comic, but it's poorly written, and it's like it's written for babies. I was like 14, 15, and it was insulting my intelligence. And he pushed it way too far with some of the creepy eerie, and even in Vampirella as well. In some of those stories, he really did. So
it depends. But in any case, what I'm saying here is this: where the hell? Oh, there it is. Look, and I think a lot about this, anyways. But if you get a chance and you can find it for a reasonable price. Get 4-Color Fear. This is the book all about non-EC comics.
Sure.
And the artists and writers that did it. And it may just change your mind a little. As far as
I never said I don't like that. See, what you're doing is you're taking this reactionary view.
Yeah, but
I have friends that it's like, I don't like the Beatles, but I like all these teenage bands that imitated the Beatles, that put out these 45 RPM records in 1965, 66, and only printed 200 copies.
Yeah.
That's the really great raw stuff. But the Beatles, you know, it's like to me, EC was the Beatles or Elvis, and
well, that's the cream of mediocrity, though, isn't it?
Okay.
I'm just
okay,
putting
EC
that out.
was mediocre. Elvis was mediocre. The Beatles are mediocre. I completely agree with you. The other companies are great.
Rises, you know?
The other companies are great. They're fantastic. I love all the art in them. They're fun to read. But they're not as good as EC.
No.
Yeah.
There you go,
Mike.
That's it. All I'm saying is I think some of those companies were better. That they surpassed.
But Mike,
in my opinion,
you're probably a little too close to the subject, Mike. After all, you are Horror Mike. So
I am Horror Mike.
Guess what subject you think is great? Whereas the average guy on the street, if you say, "Hey, average guy, do you think every issue of this is better than an EC?" After an average guy reads both, he probably is going to say the EC stuff is better. Mike would say they're equal or this is even better. Now, Mike, I'm afraid to tell you this, you're probably in the minority. And I think that's what Gratu is trying to say. You're disagreeing with him, but he's not saying anything necessarily wrong. He's just saying that EC is memorable to the average person more than Haunted Thrills or Fear Fantasy or all these. Not that they're not bad. And the book you're showing probably presents them in their best light. If I can be critical and say, I bet average pound for pound, EC would probably be a little better in the eyes of the average bear, not to Horror Mike, who loves everything about horror. So
and that's the whole thing, Graphic Man. I'm not your average man.
Right.
And that's all I'm going to say.
Any of us are average.
No,
there you go.
Gratu is when you
say take the average guy, he's going to go with EC. Like the average guy is probably going to go with the Beatles instead of the Rolling Stones.
Well, the average guy doesn't even know what EC is. They've heard of the HBO show, but they don't know it's based on comics.
They know everything. Well, they know the Tales from the Crypt series.
Which was very inferior.
Yeah, it was
probably.
Yeah, but it did have its moments.
Well, there were a few episodes, but what
there were
was
some good
completely
episodes.
Wrong. They should have had everything set in the 50s. There should have been no four-letter words, no nudity. They should have kept the violence just as it was, but made everything like in the comics, 1950s Americana, and then it would have been a classic series remembered for decades.
Right, but then it would have been a period piece series.
But instead, it's HBO, so we've got to show boobs and we've got to say the F word constantly.
It's also the cost, Gratu. I mean, when you're shooting a period series, man, you're talking about untold millions more.
You don't have to show the cars in every episode. Just have people with short.
That was a low budget. It was pretty low budget.
I don't know. Wasn't that Spielberg and Zemeckis, and they had a lot of money?
It was a lot of those episodes though. You got to admit,
I think they're on low budget like Happy Days.
They were cutting corners there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably.
But I did like the Crypt Keeper though. I like the animatronic Crypt Keeper a lot. As a matter of fact, I mean, okay, but he was totally different because he was like a comedy type of guy. You know, they switched him over and made him really funny, and he did all those one-liners.
That's actually another example of today, the degeneracy, because they take this extremely R-rated HBO series and then they make it into a cartoon on Saturday morning and sell action figures. It's just that was part of, you know. I noticed they put out Alien, and then why are there toys that I can buy and I can't go see the movie, but I can buy this toy? It's there. Why are they marketing this R-rated movie to me as a little kid? And RoboCop and Rambo and sold as toys. To me, it's all part of the same sleazy
Yeah, but it's even worse than that. I mean, have you seen like recent comics like Gun Honey and stuff like that, where it's just like they literally have nude women on
Today,
they're just covers of the comic books. They're freaking nude. They have a variant cover where they're in a bikini, and then the other cover where they're nude, and it's just like a softcore porn mag.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it is.
I mean,
the comic book
that's
industry,
it.
that's what they are now. It's
And
comic books
they
are not
never
aimed at kids
ever
today. They're aimed
never
at
ever did
55,
that
50-year-old men today. They are not aimed at kids today, but they were aimed at kids at that time. They were aimed at kids.
Well,
when I was a kid.
They were aiming at both markets. Now it's just adults.
The adults they were aiming at were people that lived in Wisconsin in their mother's house, keeping their dead body there.
And
that's
all of the Ed
those men's adventure magazines stacked up there next to all the skulls in the pots from the graves he dug up.
Yeah. Now you want to talk about some insane
these
were covers?
They were mentally
the men's magazine covers.
That's where I will join Mike in saying the publishers are all sleazy. Some those magazines, but I
you know what's really incredible though is that you can look at some of those men's magazines. Some of the artists were absolutely fantastic.
Agreed. There's
publishers. It was the same publishers that made the comics.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
It was the same.
And you know those guys, man. It's like, look, okay, Stanley Morris. He's kind of infamous. That dude is like one of the infamous publishers that we're talking Mr. Mystery, Weird Mysteries, Weird Chills, etc. And but some of his stories, as gruesome as they were, had moral tales. Like, for instance, there was a great story called unforgettable called The Gossips, and that was in Mr. Mystery, and it was about these three spinsters that always gossiped and spread gossip about girls and people that did bad things in town. Like, for instance, they'd spread gossip about a girl that had a baby out of wedlock, and it drove the girl to suicide. And so at the end of the story, all of those gossips' heads were on spikes. And that was their just due. They were killed because they destroyed other people's lives and brought them to the point of ruin. And that's a moral tale, right? That's like, look, I know, and you laugh and you're like, what? But it is. That's like what something that you would see in EC Comics. Absolutely.
You think EC would be more subtle with it, maybe?
Maybe they would. Well, that was Stanley Morris.
There was a little bit more subtlety with EC, believe it or not.
There was more subtlety. You're absolutely right. And of course, the science fiction side of EC was totally different. It was not like it wasn't a pre-code type of scenario, because the science fiction stuff was straight up science fiction.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't dealing with, I don't know, like naked female aliens or what. They weren't doing.
Well, there was a lot of pulchritude for female astronauts, but
okay.
One thing that EC did was war comics that showed war the way it really was, and most companies, you know, there was that G.I. Joe comic where he's just having fun, like he's at a high school football game in Korea. And he's just always smiling and machine gunning on it.
You guys know the Golden Age comics, all of the stuff during World
War II.
About
these pre-code horror comics, they were put out by guys about 30 that had lived, you know, through World War II, and they were told by the publisher, draw this horror comic, have these dead, and they knew what dead bodies looked like because they'd seen them in wartime. So that's one of the things that made these comics so extreme. And they didn't really think much about it. And then when they got a little older, they like, I don't know, I'm kind of embarrassed. Like Graham Ingalls would never even really talk about. He was embarrassed by what he'd done. It's like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, some of these guys, when they got out of the comics industry, they didn't want to look back. You know, and I ran into that. There was a great artist. You ever hear of this artist, Cal Massey? he did art for Atlas Comics, and he's really good. If you look him up, his pre-code stuff is fantastic. He's a black artist. He was one of the few black artists in the early 50s doing art for Atlas Comics, and he got out of it. And he's still alive. Okay. And I tried to contact him to interview him for Haunted Thrills.
Yeah.
And the guy just refused to, he never answered me. And I found out I read an interview, because he's a fine artist now. He's been a fine artist for decades, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't even acknowledge his comic book era. That's how some of these guys get. They're like, hey, I'm way too good for that. I'm not, you're not going to interview me because I'm not going to let anybody know that I did that stuff.
Yeah, I guess I understand where you're coming. You're looking at comics kind of like punk rock, and you're looking at the sleazier and more extreme that they were, the more wonderful they were. And
if they were good,
it's like I don't want to listen to Eric Clapton. I want to listen to this 15-year-old from 1966 in a band called the XLs that did this song "Let's Dance" out of in Texas. And I would rather listen to the XLs "Let's Dance." Look that up on YouTube, everyone. Than Eric Clapton. And you say, well, Eric Clapton is this accomplished, he's the most amazing guitar player ever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, big deal. I want something that's going to really grab me. And I understand that. I love all these comics. I don't know why, because to me, it's, because the more I'm exposed to everything around me, it's kind of like They Live. And I've taken off the glasses and you realize I'm looking around and I'm seeing what I've collected all these years. And it's like, what have I done? This stuff is all idolatry. It's all devil shit. And it's like, and because look at what's happening to our society. You can laugh, but this is not.
But no, I disagree.
You can say it's socialist taking over. It's just. You can say, but no, this is a satanic assault. They're tearing our country apart. Every time I come on these live streams, I get into these politics, and then someone in the chat will say, it's like, I can't believe they were pro-Trump. I can't believe they talked. And I don't even know. I'm looking at it and I'm realizing, what if we go to war and Trump comes in and stops the war? Is he the Antichrist? And I've been rooting for him all this time.
No.
Like, what if he's the Antichrist, man?
No.
Maybe it's not Damien. Maybe it's Donald Trump. And I love him. And maybe I'm on the wrong side and I'm about to be thrown into a lake of fire. But I don't know. I don't know. Are we living in end times?
Yeah.
Every time I open my phone.
Gratu, all the stuff you're surrounded with, all the art, all the books, all the stories are by artists. They're not by Satanists. These aren't people that worship.
No, they're not. But
they never did.
Influencing them?
They were probably all God-fearing. Most of them were probably God-fearing men and women that did all this stuff that you're looking at.
Publishers.
Gratu, I agree in principle, but I don't think the stuff that we like influenced them. I think they're doing their own TV stuff that's way beyond anything. Sure,
it's really stupid.
We got somebody that's tied up in a spider web, but no one's being tied up in a spider web now. They're actually worshiping Moloch over there.
Moloch.
So
yes,
and that never happened in our books that I know. I don't have anything like that. So
I don't know, but isn't Moloch one of the villains in the Watchmen?
Well, I never really got into
Kingdom Come has all these some villain named Magog.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just in the 80s we started getting actual warlocks coming in right in the comics. Warlocks from England started showing up with these long beards.
Yes.
Very serious, scholarly Satanists.
And I don't really have any of that.
I don't know, man. I'm about to probably, I said to my wife I was going to talk for half an hour, and she wanted to watch movies on Halloween, which are probably Satanist movies.
Uh-oh.
But, I don't know. I love the pre-code. I love everything, but I'm starting to realize, is this really right? I just don't know, man. Maybe I should stick to reading Charlie Brown.
We like this, but we didn't want to see zombies in real life. And
Not in real life,
if there's going to be some nuclear fallout, you're going to see zombie-like things, and so we don't want to see that. And you mentioned a long time ago that your dad and a lot of people in that age liked a certain type of music that was after World War II that was very mild. And you would go into
horribly mild. Mantovani. He has all these Mantovani records. All these guys listen to this wild big band music, but then after the war, somehow they just wanted calm. Martin Denny's great though. But
so you talked about
calm music. They just because the war, you know.
You talked about will there be any appreciation for all these scary comics? There probably won't be after World War III, because you're going to see a lot of these weirdos walking around that survived, and they're going to want simplistic things. A good example of this is if you ever watch the Kevin Costner movie Postman, when they actually show that video, they're going to ready to watch Universal Soldier, and the crowd out in the field says, no, take that off. And they switch it to the Sound of Music, which is...
Does that happen in that movie?
Yes, in that movie, the Postman, the crowd preferred Sound of Music over Universal Soldier. It's like Universal Soldier is going to be fighting and killing, and they didn't want that. They wanted peace. They wanted just singing.
I prefer Sound of Music today, and we haven't even had a nuclear war.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, you guys, do either of you guys have any stuff to show?
No, I've got to afford that stuff.
I do, but it's gotten so late that I now have to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm probably about to get divorced here. I said I was going to be on for half an hour. It's like, oh shit, I'm going to be in trouble.
I know. Yeah, it is. It's actually after 11.
But thank you, Mike, for having me on. Enjoyed the talk. Yeah. Great stuff. Everybody showed. So I'm going to get out of here. So sayonara.
Right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right.
Take care.
And anyway, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Got the package yesterday.
Excellent.
Looking good. So hopefully we'll see you soon.
Man.
You too,
All
man.
Right. Have a good one. And then there was one, folks. And it's me. Yes. The lone gunman. Oh no, wait a second. That's not me. Yeah. Well, that was a spirited debate with Gratu. And we've done that before. Hold on. I see I love Disney and comics. Hey, all, I've been listening for about 20 minutes, really enjoying the conversation and debates. Steve says it's a menu. You take what you want off of it. Well, that's correct. Sound of Music was drawn by Simon Bisley, not. Recording for a great flick, Pawn Shop Chronicles. Well, I know I've missed some stuff here, guys. God, that went on for like 2 billion years. All right. Well, guys, I've got some stuff. Check it out. Let me show you. All right. All right. Here we go. Now this is one example of pre-code comics. Now this is Fiction House. They're probably more famous for Jumbo Comics and Jungle Comics. But this is a classic issue of Ghost from Fiction House with a Jack Katz cover. This is about the lowest end facsimile you're gonna get. I don't know if you can see that, but it's a collector. And so he scanned the comic book and he simply you know, scanned the pages and they just stapled them together, man. See that? Show that. Yeah, there you go. So I was getting a lot of these when I was making Haunted Thrills, my documentary. And I know you can't really, it's harder to tell, I mean, on video, but you can see that, I mean, the quality is, it's all right, but it's not, definitely not as good as PS Art Books or IDW Yo Books. And I'll show you that in a second. But the great thing about this guy, like for instance, these were at the time, this was several years ago, and he was selling them for $8, you know, on eBay. So, and then I would buy like several, I'll show you, at a time and get a better deal. There's another one for Weird Mysteries #2, one of my favorites. That's a Bernard Bailey cover. Fantastic. These you don't even see. These are they're so, the originals are so rare, but this is Horrific. I believe this is Horrific #2, and it's the classic kind of deal where you got these weird puppeteers. I don't know what the hell they are. They're like weird aliens, and they're controlling all of these people on Earth, as you see, like a normal businessman, a boxer, you know, and so forth. And that to me is just like freaking awesome. That is just it. I don't know, you know, it's something that's striking and weird, strange, unusual. And this is another one, another issue of Horrific, where you have the conductor and he's controlling this woman who is dancing in a field of fire. And this is the type of stuff that, yeah, you wouldn't see stuff like this on EC because it's just strange. Okay. That's it. When you look at this cover, you're just like, what the hell is going on? But it's just so wonderfully different. And I think that's the thing, you know, it's the important factor. With a lot of these, with a lot of the non-EC comic books, you know, that makes them so special and unusual. And yeah, it's true. It's like, I will agree. It's like, if you look at that, like this story called Iron Doom. There we go. Yeah, look at that art. Yeah, it's primitive art. It is not, we're not looking at Wally Wood there, folks. You know, I will totally agree, but it's so bizarre that it's intriguing. That's what really, you know, gets me about it. So in any case, as you can see, like they literally scan them. You get all the stains, everything. I mean, they're not doing anything to these comic books. They're just scanning them and making these facsimiles, you know, complete with all of the ads, you know, which is fantastic. I just dig the hell out of them. So, okay. For example, these back 5 years ago, I was buying them for $8 a pop. If I bought like several, he might give me a discount, you know, and that was, to me, that was reasonable. They go through the trouble of scanning all the pages and then they put them together. So, you know, they're not selling a lot, folks, you know, only to freaks like me. So you got that, right? Then we go to something like this, The Haunt of Horror, which is IDW. It's Yo Books. And right off the bat, you can see the reproduction quality is so much better. Now, these, when these came out, they were $4.99 a piece. There we go. And let me show. I want to show you an example of like how good the reproduction, how clean the reproductions are. I guess is what I'm trying to say here. Yep. Yeah, just God, so weird. You have stuff like this, the cat that jumped over the corpse. But you can see they clean up the reprints. You know, they actually do work when they get the scans. So the reproductions are much clearer, a lot sharper, you know. And somebody was saying in the chat, you can still, you know, like if you go to eBay, people will just, they'll gouge on these things, you know, and try to sell them for like 20 bucks or something. But I am sure that if you look around your town, you go to your local comic book shop, you might find these still for $5, you know, something like that. Lou Cameron's The Unsleeping Dead. That was a book, a collection that came out. But that's you know, one example. This is really interesting. You guys may be familiar with Bill Black. I don't know if you've ever seen this. It's called The Crypt of Horror. Now, the thing about The Crypt of Horror, I mean, he put out dozens of issues of The Crypt of Horror. It's all pre-code stuff, folks. But they're all in black and white. Okay, there's the major difference. Now, as you hopefully can see, the reproductions are pretty sharp. I think they're very good. So that's a plus, but they're not in color. But this is Bill Black, and an interesting story. Several years ago, I found this seller that was I don't know how he got it, but Bill Black did this cover. This is not a pre-code cover. It's just in the style of a pre-code comic book, and Bill Black did the artwork. And this guy was selling the original art to this cover of Crypt of Horror, and I bought it. And at the time, I was living in Peru. So what happened is that my ex-wife's mother ended up receiving it in New Jersey, where she was living. And so I kind of forgot about it. And then, like, after several weeks, I got back to her and I asked her to open it up so she could just, you know, check it out and see that it was not damaged, it's okay, all that stuff. And there was nothing in it. The guy just completely ripped me off. He sent me a freaking empty package. And it turns out that I was a day late for eBay to launch a complaint, you know, file a formal complaint by a day. I just screwed up. I forgot about it. And I guess it was 30 days had passed or whatever. But fortunately, I was able to go to PayPal and explain my case, and I got my refund from PayPal. This guy was just like a complete ripoff. He was trying to sell original art that he did not own, and he would send packages to people with nothing in it. Absolutely insane. And this was one of those cases where, unfortunately, I never saw the original Bill Black art, but this is the cover, you know. And Bill Black is the guy that does the Golden Age Men of Mystery that I've shown before on my channel. It's too bad, man. I really like that cover. Look at this. I mean, come on. Folks, who can resist the ice horror? I mean, come on now. That is just too cool for school right there. All right, guys. So there's a couple of things we got to take a look at right now. And let me see here. I've got it all lined up. Oh, yeah. Obviously, it's Tubi time. Okay, there we go. I don't want to make this thing crash. Now, Tubi did add some good flicks. Okay, that's where I start off at. Okay, when we left off last time, it was Edgar Allan. Oh, shit. It was Edgar Allan Poe. There. And so we start off, we begin with Tales from the Crypt, 1972, which I rewatched. I mean, I've seen it a few times. I haven't seen it for years. It's on Tubi. I just watched it a few days ago. And there are a couple of really good stories in it. Most notably, Arthur Grimsdyke. The episode with Peter Cushing is fantastic. And then there's the takeoff on the monkey's paw in it, which is good. It's pretty gruesome. Some of the other stories are kind of flat, though. A little less, I don't know, jolting than I remember. But it's definitely worth seeing if you have not checked out Tales from the Crypt, 1972. I recommend it. It's a pretty damned good anthology. And of course, folks, as I always deliver, here we go with a little bit of a
from the crypt. Welcome to the crypt. You are invited on a guided tour of a world of darkness, where nightmares become reality. If you dare. Death lives in Tales from the Crypt. Who's next? Perhaps you?
There we go, folks. A little Tales from the Crypt trailer for you. I think, once again, recommended as a horror anthology. It's a mixed bag. Let's put it that way. The episode with Peter Cushing, Arthur Grimsdyke, is absolutely amazing. Peter Cushing is so good in that episode. It's worth it. That episode is worth the price of watching the entire anthology. Steve says All Through the House was very good in Taze. Okay, the Toy Maker was great too. Now, All Through the House was the one with Joan Collins. I thought that was kind of disappointing. Was that the same one where she kills her husband and then There's the crazy Santa guy. It just resolved way too quickly. I was kind of disappointed. Like after not watching it for many years, I came back and I was like, yeah, that one was just way too abrupt. But I thought the Monkey's Paw and the Arthur Grimsdyke, both of those were really good. So it's worth watching, guys. Yeah, that one I didn't. That one was a hard sell. The Home for the Blind. That was another one that I was just like, eh. The razor blade. I don't. It's kind of like the mechanics of some things, folks. Like they had razor blades apparently stuck to the walls, where this guy had to go through these narrow walls with razor blades sticking out. But it just didn't look very good. The razor blades were all wonky because it was almost like they didn't embed them in the wall. They were just sticking out. And I was like, why didn't the guy just smash them? You know? I don't know. I don't. It just didn't really work that well. But I digress. In any case, let's go on up. And these are kind of, some of these are kind of Halloween oriented. You guys are well aware of Return of the Living Dead, 1985, Dan O'Bannon. I think it's a great Halloween film. It's funny, it's gruesome. Some of the great zombies. And if you want to split the family of zombie films, you got like slow moving zombies versus fast moving zombies. Well, these obviously are fast, or they can be fast. But man, the special makeup effects are so great. The acting is awesome. The script is sublime. It's Return of the Living Dead. It's on Tubi. Highly recommended if for some reason you haven't seen it. And of course, Linnea Quigley dancing butt naked on the top of a tomb is just wonderful. The Vampire. Now, this one is from 1957, and I don't think I've seen it, but look at that cover, folks. I mean, I just had to add it because that is just a gorgeous. I'm going to try to get a little closer in. There we go. That's going to help right there. Check out that cover for The Vampire. I mean, that is so weird. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like they're going very realistic with the beautiful woman, in the foreground. And then you've got like this hideous, distorted vampire in the background with wings, like a vampire Batman type of thing. And yeah, it kind of reminds me of a pre-code comic book cover. Seriously. The Vampire, 1957. This one I see every year. It's just a must. It's a perennial, folks. Horror Express. Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing. Good God. Telly Savalas is in this freaking movie. And it is so good. 1972. It is very much a sci-fi horror film. And it works on many levels. Once again, it's one of those types of storylines where people are trapped on a train and things start just completely getting out of control. They have nowhere to run. And that's basically I'm not going to give anything away, but the science fiction element to this is fantastic. It's just such a good film. It's definitely horror, sci-fi horror, and it works very well. Highly recommended. Horror Express, 1972, now playing on Tubi. Okay, now look, Terror Train. I have not seen this probably since it came out in 1980. Yes, that was a young Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh, yes, shortly after her fine performance in The Fog. Yes, she went on to do Terror Train. And of course, it's a slasher film. You know, naturally, a killer is on a train. Once again, it's people trapped aboard a train with no way out, while a sadistic killer knocks them off one by one. I have not seen it in years. I may or may not watch it now. I don't know. But I have seen this one. The last time I saw it was a couple of years ago. I enjoyed it tremendously. Black Sheep. It's rather hilarious. It is a horror comedy with science.
Names were hyper.
Okay, with science fiction elements. There we go. After his brother performs a twisted experiment turning genetically modified sheep into killing machines, a man must stop the madness. Okay, that's a vague kind of description, but I can tell you one thing. It's a really hilarious, enjoyable film. 2007, you know, one of those rare 21st century gems that just operates on complete visceral thrill with a great comedic timing from the actors, and really the effects are quite good too. You know, it's gory, folks. It's graphic and gory, but it is hilarious, and I do recommend it. Now, this one's a weird one. At first I was like, wow, they got the original Night of the Demons from 1988. And highly recommend.
Were hyper focused on being the best.
Suck it. There you go. All right. But this is the version. It's the 1988 film, but it has commentary track. It says audio commentary with director Kevin Tenney and actors Kathy Podwell, Hal Havens, Billy Gallo, and effects artist Steve Johnson. So it's a film. If you want to watch this film, it's going to have commentary track, apparently. You know, I believe I have got a little trailer for you. Here we go.
A full moon, a spooky A full moon, a spooky, deserted mansion. Halloween night.
All right, dudes! And duduses! Let's party!
10 kids. All they want to do is raise a little hell. Now, as long as they live, they'll wonder what's gotten into them. Night of the Demons. Party till you drop.
Oh, I'm really sad that Gratu missed that one. In any case, let's proceed, shall we? All right, now, guys, I got to tell you, for a 21st century horror comedy, Hell Baby, 2013, man. It's the dudes that do Reno 911. And this freaking thing is just loaded with great comedic actors. Thomas Lennon, of course, from Reno 911. Rob Corddry, Leslie Bibb, Keegan Michael Key, of course, from Key and Peele. It is hilarious. I highly recommend it. And it's pretty outrageous. Let's put it that way. It is pretty outrageous, but it's also really damned funny. Hell Baby. And I think it's a great Halloween film. Okay. Now, the next one, it says the creators of Alien bring a new terror to Earth. Yes. Dead and Buried. This is Dan O'Bannon. It's a horror film from 1981. This is before he did Return of the Living Dead, and of course after 1979's Alien. I really like this film. It's really bizarre. Here's the premise. A coastal town that seems to welcome strangers and tourists is actually killing them off and sending them back into society as happy, normal citizens. Yes, folks, you heard that right. James Ferrantino, Jack Albertson, Robert Englund in this film. Dead and Buried, highly recommended. If you haven't seen it and you want a truly original kind of film, a horror film that doesn't prescribe to any standard type of cliches, check out Dead and Buried. It's really a breath of fresh air in the horror genre. And I believe this is last but not least on the Tubi scene. Yeah, this is Dead of Night from 1977. I am sure some of you guys have seen this. It is a horror anthology film. Ed Begley Jr. stars in this with Joan Hackett, Elijah Cook, and Lee Montgomery. This is directed by Dan Curtis. Now, Dan Curtis, of course, famous for The Night Stalker and The Night Strangler, as well as, God, a dozen other really high-end made-for-TV horror films. This is one of those, folks. It's low budget. It's made for TV, but it's really well written because, of course, Dan Curtis is involved. And it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Once again, kind of like Tales from the Crypt, but it's worth seeing. I don't really know what to say. There's a couple of episodes in this that are good and bizarre, but let me read the synopsis to you. 3 horror anthology tales featuring a vintage car traveling back to 1926, a mansion owner stalked by vampires, and a dead son haunting his mother. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, it's a made-for-TV flick, folks. So you know the limitations there, and it's late 1970s. So I think you know where I'm coming from. But it's worth watching. It's 73 minutes long, and it is currently on Tubi. So if you're into horror anthologies, you might want to check it out. All right, let's get back to the chat. I know people, I don't know what the hell just happened. Let's check. Let's see what we got here. Okay, that was bad. Is this it? No, there's one. Oh, I see. not it. Okay. That is totally bizarre. Beyond bizarre. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. All right. Let's go to the comments, the commentary. I know I've got a few people chiming in. Let's check it out. Steve Harrison says, "Tooby dooby doo." Yes. All Through the House was very good in the. Oh yeah, right. We talked about the Tales from the Crypt, Hell, the Home for the Blind. Yep. The 13-year-old me loved it. I Love Disney Comics says, yeah, it's a great movie. Steve Harrison said it was Barbie's first film. No? Lead paint monster effects are pretty good. Steve says, my grandpa is a Vampires on Tubi with Al Lewis. A kid flick, trust me, on Pawn Shop Chronicles. Pulp Fiction goes to Twilight Zone. Very good, both on Tubi. My recommendation to you, Mike. Steve Harrison says, Dan Curtis was Dark Shadows as well. He was all over the place, man. Hello. And Barbie comment refers to vampire movie. All right, folks. Now check this out. We're hardly done yet. I mean, come on, man. Let's see. We got that. We are now going to, you guessed it. Well, hopefully. Shit. Is it doing it? Yeah, Bud's Art Books. Yes. We're at Bud's Art Books, folks. And we're at the horror section. I'm going to bring these up so we can see them more clearly. Obviously. Now this is the newest arrivals in horror from Bud's Art Books. Okay. And they've added more PS Art Books, which is good. You know, I mean, it's fine. The only problem I have is that the prices have suddenly jumped. Now, these are all paperbacks. They're soft cover. Well, these two. And they're $32.99. The hardcovers are now $53. Jesus. Soft covers, paperbacks are $33, right? I mean, that's just too expensive. That's no. I'm saying no. I will not buy. I will not pay that price. I'll wait for a sale to come along. But I highly recommend Weird Mysteries. I have the slipcase editions, both volumes of Weird Mysteries, and it's fantastic. Of course, you have art by Basil Wolverton, Mike Esposito, and Bernard Bailey, among others. It is fantastic. And yeah, well, needless to say, Weird Horrors from PS Art Books. You got Joe Kubert, Bob Forgione. I always say Forgione. It may be Forgione. I don't know. And Ben Brown. Of course, Spirit, which is not horror. I'm not quite sure why that's in here. I like it, but it's just not horror. Fight Against Crime, horror and terror, folks. Check out that cover. This guy has just chopped this woman's head off, and he's dumping the head and corpse body into a manhole, into the sewer. Yes, that's Fight Against Crime, Volume 20 for $20. Now, let's take a look at this. I'm interested in seeing something. The guy's like, Scarface told me this road was blocked, but here come the cops. As he's dumping the head and the body of the woman into the manhole cover. That is just sick. Reprint from 1954. Okay, hold on. 38. It's one comic book. It's one issue for $20. No, sorry. Once again, PS is they've gone up in the price, and I do not like it. I'm not going to pay for it. Sex and Horror. I wish Gratu was here. Sex and Horror, the art of Alessandro Bifignandi. Yes, folks. You're all familiar with Alessandro Bifignandi. And if not, you should be. Check out that spicy action. Let's take a look at some of the interior, shall we? Now, these are many of the covers that he did. My God. Incredible. Of course, all Italian horror skin, you know, sexy horror stuff. Let's take a look. Woo! Yes. That's what I'm talking about now. I know this live stream has been long since demonetized, so I don't really give a crap. And this is really great art. I mean, that is just, you know, you can't really beat it. You can't beat it with a stick, folks. Let's move on. Holy Toledo. Wow. That is some twisted stuff right there. Not even quite sure what the hell's going on. She's shooting at something. This guy doesn't like it. But this woman doesn't really seem to mind at the bottom here. Let's go back. And to one more. No, I don't want to see man butt. Okay. Let's just kind of phase that out. There we go. And that pretty much does it for that book. And then you have Scream, magazine number 4. That's a replica edition from PS Art Books. Once again, $23. Woo! That's a spicy clamato. Let me put it that way. I don't think so. Nightmare, once again from PS Art Books. I had this original comic book years ago. $33. Nope. Sorry. Now, here we go. This is something that's rather interesting, and we're going to see a couple of these. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Horror from the Crypt of Fear. Now, this is a magazine, or if you will, a fanzine that is put out based upon EC Comics, Tales from the Crypt, Haunt of Fear, and all that stuff. Now, that's a wraparound cover, really trippy looking. And here's some stuff on the interior. There's George Evans, of course, who did a lot of work for EC at his studio. Really cool. I love it. There's George Evans battling the three, of course, the Crypt Keeper and Haunt of Fear and the Witch. That is hilarious. I love it. I love it. Let's see. I hope you guys are seeing that well enough. If not, well, let's see here. Is this better? Oh, that is better. There we go. This stuff is really good. That's Will Elder. Wow. Love it. It's good to be bad. Okay, I don't know what the hell. That's Hellboy. But isn't that Draculina right there? Or, I don't know. Great mass there. Wait a second. There we go. That's better. Wow, those are pretty cool. I think that's Frederick Wortham. It is, holding the book Seduction of the Innocent. And all the comic book characters down here like going, oh, what the hell? Come on, man. I don't know. Okay. I guess everybody's oppressed. Nice vampy though. Oh, that's shit. That's Matt Baker's whatever the hell that girl was called. Nice though. Nice image. I don't know what the hell this is. The Old Mask Maker. VXX, the man behind the mask. I'm not even quite sure what that is, but it's inside this issue, folks. I'm going to go back, reduce this, we'll go back here. So that was an issue of the Horror from the Crypt of Fear. Here's Haunted Thrills, of course, always. Volume 4, unfortunately, $33. Soft cover. Adventures into Terror, somebody was just showing that. I think it was Gratu on his cell phone from Atlas Comics. This is volume 1. There's the EC Archives. Tales from the Crypt, complete set. Only $600, folks. Come on. Just fork over that $600. And then we got, Mr. Monster Origins, signed by Michael Gilbert, no doubt. That is fantastic. Joe Simon, My Life in Comics. That's probably really quite interesting as well. Sergeant Rock versus the Army of the Dead. I don't know. Here's Black Hawk, Military Comics. Cool. Now here we go. A couple of interesting things here to finish this look at Bud Plant out. The chillingly weird art of Matt Fox. Now he did some pre-code horror covers, but he's most famous for doing covers for Weird Tales pulp magazine in the 1940s and 50s. An amazing artist. I cover him in Haunted Thrills, my documentary. Check some of these, pardon me. Check some of these covers out, folks. Here's Weird Tales. I mean, he's got this weird primitive style that is so cool. And this happens again in his pre-code comic book covers. Hopefully here we go. Check this out. This is from Chilling Tales. This is a comic book. I just love this art style. It is so weird. Very cool. Here's another one from Weird Tales magazine. And they have one last one from Chilling Tales comic book. I had this comic book, actually. It's ultra hot. I mean, they're, needless to say, just going into the thousands of dollars for one in great shape. But look at that cover. I mean, come on, man. That is just freaking bizarre. There is no doubt. The Strange Tale of Wandering Willie. Yes, indeed. The Evil Eye. Matt Fox. But here's something some people may be interested in. This is The Horror from the Crypt of Fear, Volume 14. I love this cover. Check it out. I'm going to go to, yeah, here we go. Hopefully you can see this pretty well. It's pretty hilarious. Check out, it's a wraparound cover, and it's got all of course, the hosts from the EC Comics. And I want to say, who was the chick? I keep wanting to say Draculina, but I may be wrong. Right here, this one. And of course, Frankie in the back wearing a Mad shirt. That is hilarious. But check it out. Here's some stuff inside on the interior. That's Al Feldstein, of course. Great photo of Al. Here she is. Man, this guy R. Becker in the year 2005 did this amazing cover. Check this cover out, or this illustration out. I mean, look at the detail on this piece, folks. This was 2005. That is just wickedly good right there. That is insane detail on the architecture. And she looks really smoking hot too. That is just beautiful. And here we go. Unfortunately, the captain missed this, but I'm going to show it to you guys. Here's Tales of Terror. Yes, with Mickey Rat on the freaking rack, with, of course, the EC characters stretching him out. It is so hilarious. Now playing The Vault Keeper, the Crypt Keeper, the Old Witch with Mickey Rat. I have never seen that before. It is freaking hilarious. Just fantastic. Fantastic, man. I'm going to get this issue. I'm going to get it. There is no doubt about it. That is just beautiful. All right, guys. Yep, that's not it either. What the hell is going on here? Oh, there it is. Once again. God, there's still 12 people here. That's amazing. Oh, there's 11 people. Okay. I spoke to, oh, there you go. Drusilla. There you go. Lead Paint comes in. Michael Taylor, Joe Simon, My Life in Comics sounds like an interesting read. It could be. I've got a Kirby Simon book. It's huge. It weighs like 10 pounds. And it's quite good. And a lot of Simon and Kirby's pre-code work. It's quite good. Steve Harrison, they made masks of the EC trio. That's what the mask pick was from. Okay, wait a second. Michael T. Gilbert's name was on the Hellboy page. Okay, that's cool. Bava was the zombie director. No, that was Lucio Fulci. Michael Taylor, that fight against crime cover is brutal. It is. I concur, Michael Taylor. Lead Paint says, yes, the PS art book prices are high, especially since they're making a dime off of somebody else's labor. I think it's because they are in the UK. Yes. Lead Paint, you are correct. They are in the UK, and they do a great job on the reproductions. They're very meticulous about producing the highest quality reproductions for the facsimiles. However, the only thing I'm saying is that their prices jumped dramatically. They were 25 bucks, now they're 33 bucks. And that is a major difference, no matter how you slice it. And that happened within the space of a year. It was $24.95 or $24.99. And I was like, well, that's all right. And suddenly it was 33 bucks. I'm like, I'm not going to get those unless they're on sale. So when Bud Plant has a sale, folks, I'm going to drop the link I'm dropping Bud's linky in the chat right now. Because you gotta check out Bud Plant, folks. He's fantastic. And he does have sales. And you will find stuff marked down like sometimes 50%. Highly recommended. Just keep on the lookout, you know. I, for one, plan on getting this horror, at least Horror from the Crypt of Fear Volume 14. This one looks, look at that cover. I love that. It is hilarious. Yeah, that's just so cool. And the stuff inside, man. Oh, I forgot to give you the particulars. I apologize. Let's take a look, shall we? Okay, Bud Plant, highly recommended. It's only $15, folks. Look what you get. This issue of the official EC Horror Zine is dedicated to EC writer, artist, and editor Al Feldstein. So it's all Feldstein stuff, or mostly Feldstein stuff. Let's go to the particulars. It's 120 pages, soft color, text partial color. Now that's a reasonable price, $15. And this is stuff, obviously they're not paying probably for the imagery, but they've got writers writing the articles and stuff, you know, and they may be doing some new illustrations that they're paying for. $15, folks. I think that's a very reasonable price for this, and I'm going to get it because I got to get that Mickey. I got to get Mickey Rat on the rack. I mean, look, what? Check it out, man. I can't get enough of this. Poor old Mickey. Poor old Mickey. In case you guys haven't seen, you know, I mean, what I'm talking about here. I mean, okay, look. I'm going full screen because I'm a Mickey Rat nut. I love underground comics. I don't know about you guys. And that's something Gratu should have been here. I should have brought out the satanic underground comics of Mike T. Light. No, just kidding. I'm not a Satanist. They're stupid. For the record, folks, Satanists are stupid. Yes, folks, that's how much I love Mickey Rat. Okay, I painted that. This is a Fender Telecaster, USA made. They started making them in the USA again circa 1985, about 10 miles from where I lived in Southern California. So I went to the factory and picked up a Fender Telecaster. Okay, and this is the one that I picked up in 1985. So it's getting on, what is that? 40 years old. American made, folks. And what happened is that it was submerged in 5 feet of water during Hurricane Katrina, because I left it at my dad's house and his house got flooded with 5 feet of water. And so I got it and I sanded it down and repainted it with Mickey Rat. And it plays. It's fantastic. It works. I love it. So that's the story of Mickey Rat. Okay, folks. That's what I'm talking about right now. Oh, God. Oh, the horror. The horror. Okay, let me get to the new comments. Michael Taylor says, a lot of very cool stuff in the Bud Plant catalog. There is, and strangely enough, I'm like totally recommending the EC fanzine stuff. I tell you, it's fantastic. Folks, there is the link to Bud's art books. Highly recommended. He's always having sales or marking down stuff. I think you will enjoy looking at all the things that Bud Plant has to offer. Steve says Baba and Black Sunday and Diabolique, and was mentioned on the screen cover. Indeed. Michael Taylor, yeah, that Crypt of Fear piece is great. It is. It is really quite cool. Steve says Michael T. Gilbert is in that EC book too. Yeah, Gilbert gets around. Man, he's just, I love his art, and he's just all over the place. Michael Taylor, yeah, I remember that Mickey Rat guitar. Very cool. Yeah, it survived, folks. It survived. PBR Street Gang says, wow, cool guitar. Yes. Steve Harrison says, you can play the rat moans. I mean, the Ramones rim shot. I think that is, I think you're deserving of that. And I love you for it, my good man. Yeah, folks. Okay, all right. It's midnight. You know what that means? Well, technically, it's November 1st. I don't care. You know, I mean, Halloween is a state of mind. Am I not correct, my fine fiends? Bravo! Bravissimo! Okay. All right, guys. Now, I'm going back, and we're going to check out. Let's see. I've got something else here. I seem to have misplaced it. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Well, here's now to people that have just come in, check this out. I think. And a happy Halloween to everyone. Many thanks, folks, for joining me tonight. And of course, my special guests, Gratu, Orloff, Captain Strangelife, and of course, Graphic Man. I hope you enjoyed the show. And, you know, if you came in late, you can, of course, always watch the repeat. Indeed, it will be on my channel. And let me check out the comments. Once again, Creature coming up Friday. Creature coming, the Black Lagoon. Yeah, it's officially November 1st. Crazy. The holiday season has begun. Oh no. Steve Harrison says the kid with the razor blade stuck in the teeth in this Halloween 3 was what really got me. It's an emergency room scene. See you Friday. Yeah, folks, indeed, Friday is going to be a hell of a show. You won't want to miss it. I've got some great stuff. It's going to be kind of a landmark show, but check this out. Don't go yet. You'll want to hear this. All right. PBR says, best way to spend your Halloween. Thanks, Horror Mike. Thank you, PBR. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. You know, we got into a bit of a debate on the comic books and stuff, but I don't know what to say. I'm right. Okay, that's all I'm saying. No, am I? No, I think I am right. I am correct. Absolutely correct on everything I say, damn it. Now, listen, and listen to me well. Okay, this Friday is going to be great. You're going to love it. The following Friday, November 10th, you're going to really love it. You know why? Let me put it this way. I'm going to say two things. special guests, Scream Queens. Okay, folks, that's November 10th. But we'll talk about that more this Friday on the Horror Mike Show, okay? It's all coming together, folks. It's going to be so damn good. It's going to drive you crazy. Crazy, I say. Lead Paint says, love the show, Mike. Thank you, Lead Paint. It was great having you on. Steve Harrison says, no one was wrong. No, everybody else was. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we're fine. Gotham says, have a coupon code for Bud Plant. Shipping is pretty high. Yeah, that is true, Gotham City. There's a lot of shipping. Folks, also, as Gotham City has just come on, I'm glad you did. Go over to Gotham City Comics, for Christ's sake. Look, hold on. I'm going to make this easy. Gotham City Comics. You're AZ based, right? Is that Batcave comic? I hope so. Hey, Gotham, is that Batcave? Is that you? Folks, check out Gotham City Comics. I'm pretty sure because you are from Arizona, right? That is you. Yes. I've just dropped the link to your site. That's batcavecomic.com. Folks, go check out Gotham City Comics for comics and collectibles. He has stuff that Bud Plant does not carry. So that is one important factor to remember. Michael Taylor says, yeah, that was quite a debate. Sounds interesting. Scream Queens, folks, live on Horror Mike Show. Steve says, Brink Stevens is a sweetheart. Linnea Quigley, too. Met both, yes. Well, I met Linnea. And she's totally cool. She also has an animal shelter in, well, it's technically Southern California. What it is near Lancaster, California in the high desert. She's really quite cool. Linnea Quigley, man. Brink Stevens is a sweetheart. Yes. Okay. Did you just say that? Yes, you did. Okay. All right, folks. Happy Halloween to all of you guys. Thank you for joining the show. And I will see you Friday. God, it's Tuesday. We're a couple of days from now. Yes, we will get together again Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're going to want to check this show out. It's going to be really interesting. I've got a couple of things lined up for it already. Yeah, it's just going to be kind of well, I don't want to say anything specific. It's going to be really cool. So please check it out. Mark your calendars. This is, we're talking November the 3rd, this Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Steve says, Merry Christmas, Mike. Merry Christmas. I'm the boss. This is champagne. Merry Christmas. I'm the boss. This is champagne. All right, folks. Take care. I will talk to you soon. Have a great week. See you Friday.